discussions and like jump up and say, no, I don't think that's true, or whatever you want. We can bump into. So, we're good now. Okay, so I do want to go through and we'll do introductions really quick. And so I think I know most of your time on the board. But why you decided to send and what you would like to get out of tonight.
I want you to put that on.
Oh, sure.
Carry.
Okay, sorry, no worries. Anyway, and then also one thing I need to know about Washougal, and actually that's important because I find out all sorts of stuff about, and it also you learn from your peers too. So what is one thing that I need to know about Washougal? So as Erin said, I've been around a little bit. I served on the Kelso board for 14 years before I went to State Board of Education, and then I left there not quite a year ago. And but I've been stayed in education policy. I actually was an executive director of a educational nonprofit based in Portland, Oregon. And so been in the policy world a bit and still consult and work with WSD. But I shouldn't say this too loudly. I'm on a new board now and I love it. It's the Mount St. Helens Institute. So much fun. It's education and policy, but I'm hiking tomorrow. I climb. I do also. It is like the best board. It's a lot of fun, and so it's kind of fun. So I'm super excited. I'm getting off the state board. I'm going with my husband. I just found a new board. He goes, "Oh my God, I like this one." So it's pretty good. But so I'll go ahead and start with Sadie.
Okay. I'm Sadie. I've been on the board for almost 4 years. I'm running again unopposed, so hopefully 8 years.
Looking good.
What do you need to know about Washougal? We have a really strong volunteer booster following. Like the parents in this community are phenomenal. They love to be involved. And I really think that's really important. I decided to serve because I wanted to make more of a difference. See if I could help make a difference or see what I could do to be part of the difference. I'm supposed to make things better. And today I would like to get out of, since I've taken on president, I kind of want to know what everybody wants from me. We've talked about it before, but I think just getting it all out all together would be great for me.
And that's good. So this is a good reason to do that. So the rest of you remember that.
Yep.
This is Ida from. Okay, I'm Jim. This is starting my 7th year on the board. One thing unique about Washougal is the fact that the Washougal School District is a skinny little district that goes from the city, which has its culture, and as I was reminded, all the way up to the pretty rural part that has culture that doesn't identify with Washougal City. That's a challenge, I think, but it's just part of Washougal. And our time today would be well spent if we, I guess I would like to come to some kind of a consensus on how we can use advisory boards from the community to effectively move forward and effectively do some long range planning.
Okay, cool.
Hi, you're fine. We're just doing introductions and you know us already.
So Jane, I've been on the board for just barely over a year, running unopposed again in November, whenever that is. So yeah, one thing you need to know about Washougal. I mean, I'm actually from upriver, and so I would also echo what Jim says. I came from a very rural school, and then I have family that have gone to like town schools, and typically you're one or the other. And I think it is a very unique dynamic with Washougal of being both. And also my sense coming into the community is, while a lot of people are excited for change, there's just as many people that are frustrated and want things to stay the same. And as a growing community, I think that's something that we face regularly. And then our time together today would be well spent if I would like to figure out a more effective way for us to communicate outside of actual meetings. Because with the rules, it's like, it feels like a game of telephone sometimes.
It's yeah.
I like to
That's on the agenda.
It seems really annoying when you have to like individually talk to 5 different people or small little groups. So
Yep.
Just coming up with a better way of doing that, if there is one.
Yep. There's kind of, but yeah.
How far can we push the line? That's what I would like to know. How far can we push the line?
So we will be doing that today. So yeah.
So Oliver, the 3 weeks on the board.
Well, I don't know if to say congratulations or condolence, right?
Right now,
Good.
what do you need to know about Washougal? Well, I'm from Washougal. I went through the school district here. I know the old town, and you continue to meet new people in the town. But we were talking about our kids going back to school and how, like, even if you left the school for a little while, came back, like, it is a very welcoming community. And so even though there is very disparate parts of it, like there's kind of the new town, which a lot of us old timers are still getting used to. And then there's the old town, which was the logging, fishing kind of communities. But it seems like it integrates pretty well. Like if you see a lot of people volunteering, sometimes we have to do a little telephone tree to get a few extra people on our volunteer stuff, but it's very active, which I think is a really good thing. Why I decided to serve, because I love this town and there's openings, and I tried to take groups years ago, but I live too far.
Right.
Yeah.
Down.
Well, this worked out well
That's one of
then.
my mom.
Yeah.
To get back. Serve and make a difference, like Sadie said, so.
It's cool. Yeah.
Spends how we spend our time together, I'm learning. Oh, anything you say is all right, the website, but that doesn't mean anything. I'd rather hear it straight from you and hear it.
Yeah. Hi, Ida. I'm Patty. I did introductions a little bit earlier, but I've been on the council board for 14 years before the state board, and so not too far from here anyway, but I think you can see what for introductions.
So I'm Ida, obviously, I think I've been on the board not quite 2 years. I decided to serve, so when the last elections happened, nobody else submitted their name. And a friend of mine had contacted me about serving. So I knew her from work and she thought I would be good. Just knowing the personality, I think was also a lot of concern post-COVID about getting a lot of extreme views in there. So I thought I was, I guess, interested enough to throw my name in there. And let's see, I don't know what you need to know about Washougal. I feel like the natives probably have more fruitful things to say on that. I've lived here since 2018. And time today, I think, I don't know. I guess just understanding, enforcing my knowledge of how boards are supposed to function a little bit better.
And we'll kind of start out with that too. So I appreciate the talking about the different culture. We live in Kelso, but we just bought a cabin out of Battleground that we're going to make our primary home in a couple of years, and we're not even really involved in the community Battleground, and already it's a different culture. I like it a lot. I mean, but you just feel it's like, oh, they're both nice communities, but it's different, and you can just feel it. You just get it from going in the stores and meeting the people, and so it's really fun to go travel to different communities and just pick up on that community vibe. And yeah. Anyway, so you can see what we're going to do today. So we'll do board roles, and then we're not going to get through all this today. I already told Aaron this, but I kept it there in case you guys were all mute and didn't talk, then I was going to have more time. But I'm hoping you guys are going to engage in discussion, and we're probably going to be cutting it off right after operating protocol. So I want to introduce you to that, to possible reviewing yours. So we'll probably do that, but then we'll have time to get to board standards. But I've got something for you afterwards I can give you. So the board roles mostly is the role of the board versus the superintendent. And I keep saying that it's not about teaching you guys what the role is, but understanding where you sit. And what I mean by that is I worked with a pretty large district not too long ago. And one of the board standards is, solicit input from the public and, be receptive to the public and engage with the public. And two board members there, one of them felt that this was, everybody you meet in the local grocery store, you tell them everything you need to know, you get their food, and it was like totally hands-on in the grocery store. And another one thought absolutely not, that was wrong, and that defeated that because they felt it wasn't equitable because not everybody had access to board members. And so they felt that that was the opposite of being transparent with the public. So two board members who both are well-intended and doing the right thing and trying to live by the same interpretation of it had very vast and different ways of interpreting that. And it's not that either of them needed to change, but what they needed to do as a board is set up some kind of boundaries and communications on how to handle it. And a lot of that ended up being around communications, because when people are like out in the community a lot, one or two board members end up getting information and the others don't. And that's an issue. And also, just by the fact of the board, I was on the board for several years. I was the only person who had kids in school. Guess who got a lot more information than the others did? And sometimes you'll have a board member who is a staff, has a spouse or somebody or a kid, and again, it gets a lot more information. And that can cause problems with the other board members who are is willing to be engaged and want to be involved, and they feel left out. And it's just, and sometimes, like you don't need all the information because a lot of us just kids gossip, but sometimes important kernels get missed. And then it can cause problems. And so how do you stop that? And going back to OPMA. And so that's what I want to spend time for you guys to have a chance to speak up and say, you know, I look at it differently, or, you know, we did this one time and that didn't work for me. So I have a chance to speak up and do that. So my other question is, I think probably won't do too much board share, but I got a presentation I can mail you for, it can be helpful. But I do think that we're going to cover board roles, and then the communication part outside of board meetings, we're going to be covering under OPMA. So we'll be covering that there. So that will be most of it. And we're also going to do a little scenario game where I'm going to have you answer questions, and then we'll look and talk. So we'll go ahead and do that. But is there anything else specifically that you can think of that you'd like me to add on, or if it comes to you during the time, just speak up. So as I keep saying, a common foundation. And my point on this is you guys don't all have to agree. I hope you don't all agree. You don't have to think alike. But it's kind of like being on the baseball field. We at least need to decide on where the outfield line is. And so we don't all have to stay in the same area, but we need to understand where others are. And also, when you understand where your peers are coming from, you don't have to agree, but you can understand that you might be going the same direction and your goal's the same. You're just approaching it differently. I bet you guys don't know, I had a board member who'd been on the board a long time. Actually, I'd been on the board for 8 years and I was the baby on the board. So I learned a lot. I had a lot of experience, but we had a vote one day that was a 3-2 split. And I honestly forget where it was, but it was a 3-2 split, and it was over, of course, sports. It was on Sunday practices. And afterwards, the next day, I had the board chair call me, and he calls me and goes, Patty, I didn't understand why you voted that way last night. I'm going, uh-oh. And then he goes, and then I figured if I didn't understand why you voted that way, you probably didn't understand why I voted that way. And I just wanted to talk to you and see if you had any questions. And it's like, bingo, I was brand new on the board. I go, that's it. Now I know how to work with my board peers, and I knew expectations. And he wasn't trying to change my mind. He was just wanted me to understand where he was coming from. And with that was awesome, because now I knew we could have good debates and we could move on and know we were working together. So that's tonight, hopefully. So this is the big slide that board roles. We're the what and Erin's the how. And I think this might be familiar, but I've had a friend tell me, you can tell me what to do or you can tell me how to do it, but you can't tell me both. If you think about it, it's kind of profound. And when I think about it in terms of everybody up above us when I was a board member, whether it's OSPI or the state or the feds, I think one of our biggest complaints is you told us what to do, now get out of the way and let us do it. Well, that's us. Now you're the man. You tell him what to do, and then you get out of the way and let him do it, and he figures out the how. That means, like, if you say, raise third grade reading scores, because we're worried about that. You don't say raise third grade reading scores by hiring more teachers and doing a new curriculum and bringing a citizen advice. That's up to him. But he's going to be reporting back to you on how it's going. And that's where you get to use your most powerful tool. And that's the question. And it is the most powerful tool you have. And it's at that time that you ask him, So what was the process for this? Have you had any unintended consequences? When do you expect to see results? Was community involved? What is the response from the teachers union? Was it, all these sort of questions that are more broad range and high visionary sort of thing. And you check in that way. What's super important on the question is if three of you start asking and repeating the same question really quickly, he gets a message of what's important to the board. And that happened, I remember a long time ago, we had a case where I was really concerned about student safety, physical in the building. It ended up because my husband worked at a mill in the middle of the night. There had been a fire at a school and they called him because they couldn't get hold of the superintendent and they knew that they called him in the middle of the night. He could go like, hey, hello, here, talk to them. And so anyway, I'm like, what? Like, I'm going through the roof. Not that they called us, but that like we didn't have that. And so I started asking questions appropriately, like during facilities reports at the board meeting. And then it comes to find, and another board member had the same sort of concerns. Superintendent Glennis. Yeah, she picks this up real quick. And we ended up then updating our plans were outdated with the community fire. So that was asking questions. I didn't tell her what to do. I didn't walk in and say, show me the plans. I didn't go to the school and start looking around. That wasn't my role, but it was asking questions because I needed to learn. I also think as we ask questions before you ask them. Like, why are you asking it? Are you trying to get information? Do you know the answer already? What are you going to do with the information? And who's the question for? A lot of times in board meetings, you'll see this all the time. We ask a question, he knows we know the answer. It's for the audience to clarify information. And so asking a question that you don't know the answer to, or that you do know the answer to, that's fine sometimes if you're using it in a genuine and collaborative way. But it is a pretty powerful tool you have. And you need to use it appropriately, as with any tool. So.
You are really good at, Jim's great at doing that because he'll say, I'm doing, for people to hear because the answer isn't given.
Well, we had a case once where, and it ended up being that little gray area where I figured it out as a parent. So my kids were in music and we're at the music state and we go over there and, when the kids go to playoffs and stuff in sports, they get a food allowance for their food. But that didn't happen when we were at music state. And I'm going, excuse me, that's a WIA activity. So superintendent knew where I was going with this. And when the athletic director had their next report, and he did too, this is no surprises. I'm not doing this. But it was a way to ask questions, to bring it to the awareness of everybody. And guess what? This is a WIA sanctioned activity. The kids in music and drama should be getting food stipends if they go to post-season activities. And so, but asking questions in a respectful, polite way is a way to bring that up in a public setting too. So anyway, for Paul Moore, we are really the high level what and the how, and then we're totally back off of the operations of the staff. So like you've heard it, 10,000 foot, 5,000 foot. So it's not always that simple. Oopsie, my graphics didn't come through. So I'm gonna have to tell you. I don't know what happened there. So this should say goals, and this should say policies and plans, and this should say procedures, and this should say operations, and this should say generating reports, and this should say evaluating reports. So
I moved it, I went from, there's a PowerPoint and I brought it to a Google Doc or Google
okay.
Slide, so I can, if you want to just.
No, that's fine. I can actually see plans right there. So I'm going to stand right here and say, so you have plans,
Yeah.
policies, operations, goals, and then reports. So for example, if we have a policy, I'm sorry, I should back up. It's this cloudy gray area that is in between that we need to work with. We're up here and we set the goals, the strategic plan and vision. We don't do it in isolation. We talk to this guy. We hired him with his expertise, so we do rely on that. And then when we get a policy, say, I don't know about you, but I did not keep track of what every piece of legislation went through and what we have to do. Aaron brings it to us and we get the policy. It's our job only to pass it, but he's going to bring advice and recommendation. And sometimes we do alter them. I remember we altered one about EpiPen and where they were kept and stuff, but we had to check with the lawyer to make sure it was okay and all of that. And then after you have your policy, you've got your procedure. which again, we don't approve. But the procedure is the how, is how the policy is carried out. And he brings it back to the board to let you see the procedure so he knows that it's carried out with the intention that you meant. And then when it's actually implemented and carried out in operations, that's you are hands off out of that one. And then you get your reports and you evaluate them. So I'm going to give you an example of, we a while ago got a report on, this is a long time ago, like 15, 20 years ago. We've been focusing on primary reading, and we get a report and our math scores weren't too hot. So we get the report, we're evaluating the report with the superintendent, and we're thinking, like, we're concerned, this isn't, what do you think? And she's like, yeah, no, we don't think this is where we want to be. So we decide we're going to set a goal around this. With the superintendent, we want to make this a priority. And we do set, we're going to set a math strategic plan. And the procedure for that was, I was actually on the committee, and we pulled together a committee of the teachers, union representation, community, all of that. And we go ahead and we make this committee, and we have a plan to get new curriculum and new professional development.
Can I ask a
Yeah.
question about that? You say we put together a committee, it's the board or the superintendent put the committee together with you?
So it was a board sanctioned committee.
Okay.
So the board actually, it's official arm of the board, but that, and that's a good question, because some superintendent can call committees together, but if there's a board member on it, it was,
Comes a board.
yeah, or if the board is asked to sit on a committee. But this time we put it together with working with the superintendent. So we go and we do all this, and we get out there, and guess what? The curriculum's $1 million. We don't have the money for it. So we jump back up and we go, is this still our goal? Yes. Is this still the plan? Yes. Are we going to alter it? We go back and ask staff, and the decision was, we want to stick with it. We've got to figure out a way to pay for it. We're going to wait a year. My point is on that is, you're always in this circle. You're going back and forth. And whether it's a little tiny policy, you're in that realm, and you're working with them the whole time, not in isolation. So committees, we are going to touch on a little bit later too. So anyway, expectations change over time. I mean, we grow, we change. Back in the beginning, 25, I was like against all day kindergarten. I was like, I like it. And I've changed because life, you grow. And as we change and circumstances change, our own expectations can change. So what we're going to do is, I'm going to do this scenario game. I'm going to give everybody a set of cards, including Aaron, and we're going to read out different scenarios, and I'll put up the rules here in a minute. And then you are going to decide what the role of the board is. It's a sliding scale. And what the role of the superintendent is. You're going to show it to me. And then we'll turn around and we're going to kind of discuss where you think it should lie. So that's what the cards are for. And I say there is truly no right answer. I don't know if there's an SNL skit about, there's no wrong answer, just a really wrong answer. No, there's really, there is no wrong answer. But this is where we kind of decide, like, is it all the way or squishy, and having some conversations. So superintendent has complete authority is A. Superintendent has complete authority, but must or inform the board. Superintendent must obtain prior approval from the board before taking action, or the school board makes a final decision but may permit or request recommendations from the superintendent. So think of it sliding scale, all the way on his lap versus all the way on your lap. So I'm going to start out with some easy ones. Who puts a school construction bond on the ballot? So A is superintendent, D is board. No, okay.
Well, but
okay,
I agree with him and.
So I say there's no right answers, but there's some legal answers. So he needs to hold up his D. It was you at D. So actually, the superintendent will call and say, we have a need to build a school. He can't put it on the ballot. You are the only ones who have the authority to do that. Same with levies.
We may have the authority, we have no mechanism to do that.
And you probably don't have the background and history and the knowledge and the numbers either. But if you want to build a school, you're going to need some money and you need a bond. You're going to rely on him to bring forward all the information. But you are actually he cannot do that. You are the elected people who can put it on the ballot. So,
Right?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. I know. Okay. How about, okay, this is easy. Promise.
I don't believe
Say
you.
that.
No, I
Then
didn't.
we feel bad if we don't.
Terminate the superintendent's contract.
Was that it?
Terminate the superintendent's contract. See that you got this D. Yes, that one is easy. Okay, a little bit harder.
We know that one, Erin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, a bit hard. Terminate a principal's contract.
Hmm,
Okay. So this time I kind of disagree with Erin, actually. We've got B's and A's. So as a principal is not your direct employee, but depending on your district and how small it is, Erin's probably not going to do it without talking and working with you. And so he's the one who has the authority to do it.
But he'll talk to
But
us.
especially like you're one high school town, right?
Yeah.
Think that anything, yeah, right?
I was thinking more like the contract approval. You're right. It's,
Yeah.
yeah, I was thinking that they, anyway.
Yeah, so but that sort of thing that actually you don't because you oversee one. You do approve the entire contract for the collective bargaining, but not individual employees.
Really, when we hire and there's on the consent agenda,
And you approve all the collective bargaining act, the coaches contracts and all of that, but you don't go through each individual. Like you don't get to hand pick which teacher and which coach.
Right.
so
Yeah.
What is the correct answer?
are no
It is.
answers.
There are no right answers, but
Would be.
it would be in the B area because it is his. And the thing is, if you were like, I don't know, in Seattle where you get 50 schools and there was a real innocuous situation where, somebody was at the end of their probationary period and and the superintendent could do it and probably just let them know and go on their way. Obviously, in smaller communities, it's much more visible, and especially if it's a termination, sometimes those bring up more difficulties. Okay, what about, this should be easier. Sanction a board member for inappropriate behavior. Yeah, yeah.
Can I do C?
You can do, I guess the C thing would come in is sometimes it's really awkward. The superintendent might come to the chair and say,
Right.
FYI, Bobby's out doing this, and that's really not okay.
Right.
But, and this is something that should not be
If
happening.
Bobby does it.
Yeah. So. Okay, okay, I'm gonna do two now related to the budget, which are a little bit more challenging. So this is where you have a conversation. So the first one would be to authorize a school principal to exceed the school's annual budget with funds to come from the district reserves.
Will you say that one more time?
Authorize a school principal to exceed the school's annual budget with funds to come from the district reserves.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is going to be the superintendent needs to approve it because you don't authorize individual funds. But if it's coming from the district reserves,
So is it inform or seeks?
Well, and so that is where you guys are working together a little bit. And so like, this is one where right now he's like, hey, no, we've got a budget crisis here. If you want to do something like this, we want to know before you do it.
Right.
Versus, hey, everything's going smoothly. I trust them. Just let us know when stuff happens. Yeah,
Right.
exactly. Stuff like that. And so this is where something sometimes pops up right now, where okay, so then the other budget one is you shift funds in the annual district budget to accommodate one-to-one student technology. So you're buying everybody a laptop. And you're shifting funds in the district budget. So you're playing around with the
Is
district
the budget already established or is it the proposal for the new budget?
No, it's already established. We're gonna have it already established. So you got Cs and one B. And again, this is just going back to what we just had. It's going to depend on your communication with
Right.
him. You're in charge of approving the budget. So if you're actually sifting, you might have discretionary, like it's okay for him to take up to $10,000 out. But obviously one-to-one technology is going to be a couple million. That's a lot of money. So that is one that you might have a cap on that he can't do without your permission.
Most districts have that kind of a policy.
You know, every district I think it's law has to have a policy for what you keep in reserves,
Right.
but I don't know about shifting between.
So we have, for 7 years, 10 years, we've been moving $50,000 from our general fund to capital for turf. So we have one turf field. And so when we bought a turf field 20 years ago, 23, 24, 25 years ago, then it needed to be replaced and we didn't have funds and we needed to then start fundraising. And that didn't go real well. So then the decision was made, every year we're gonna take $50,000 and put it aside for the turf fund. So that's something that's every year that's the decision that's been made and then we do, but I guess it's an agreement.
Yeah.
But it keeps coming up, like, why are we doing this? But I don't know if it's written necessarily. Is it written in?
So the board, that wouldn't be because the board has to do it, to do the inter-fund transfer, and it's why it shows up on that one page
Yeah.
in the board resolution. Put up the budget, like it's a specific action of the board.
But if you've already made that plan with him years ago,
So that would be no one here or he.
Yeah.
That's one of the complexities.
right.
Yeah, other people made an agreement years ago.
Which is,
And when it's presented to us, it's the deadline, we have to adopt the budget or we're out of compliance.
and this is
So there
coming
is
back to
no
communications.
authority that we have in doing that, except to say, no, we're not gonna adopt the budget this year.
Or
Or
when,
call it out early.
when he brings the budget to you, a reminder that we will be, for when the new budget for every year comes, a reminder that we will be taking the $50,000 and transferring out.
And would it be the superintendent's, this predates Aaron, is the superintendent's responsibility to put that out in the budget or just to, has it been done in our district? Here's draft 195 for next year.
I think
It's in here somewhere.
you probably have your finance director give a more thorough presentation, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's the sort of thing, again, asking your questions too. And I would think, finance reports are hard. You get them once a month, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes you get a little ego. My eye glaze over on this. But that's the sort of thing that that 50,000 once a year when it happens would be showing up.
Yes.
And that is the sort of thing that if you catch it, good, but that's something that Aaron should probably be pointing out to you just in case you don't.
We do,
catch
yeah, we
it.
do. I think it's a question of, like, it's in this scenario, right?
Yeah.
We talked about if the principal overspent his building budget and wanted to spend more money, like communicating that. And there's a threshold, like what is that number? And we don't have an established number.
Right.
But like Paul said, if it's 5,000, I probably wouldn't say anything. I would say something to the principal and say, matter of fact, when I was the principal, someone told me, hey, I was, you've overspent. So next year, you're not gonna have that amount that you overspent. So those conversations happen, but if it was 60,000 or if it was 40,000, then that probably would be, because that's a pretty major
Well, it has
either
to
stretch on what the investment's gonna be.
came from somewhere too, right?
Yeah.
Well, and if,
Yeah.
and if something that big happened too, there might be a bigger context behind it. Like, why are you 50,000 short this year? I mean, was it, a
Yeah.
ceiling collapse, or did you just totally miss?
So I saw something that I wanted, this was a part of an initiative and maybe it's a wise investment, then that would be say, look, this is, sometimes it happens, like this is
Right.
there's a need for something that that rarely actually, very often, very seldom is it gonna happen, like, I think like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we
Yeah.
also, we ended up in a situation where, from my perspective, suddenly our reserves
Mhm.
were depleted significantly. And to my recollection, the board wasn't involved in any decision making about that. Is that I missed
So
on the
the
superintendent?
board should have a policy, and I don't know what it is it's normally a percentage of your
6%.
budget, 6%. And so you normally have the reserve set at 6% of your budget. So when you say reserve depleted, was it,
We went down to 2%.
okay, then that,
Too, right?
Okay.
It wasn't for the year.
That was
It was the end of the year, yeah.
okay, so then that is that related to tax time? Because because we've also had, if it goes below that, he should be letting you know, because that'd be a violation of your own policy, so you'd need to and honestly, you kind of, what are you gonna do? Say
Yeah.
no? I mean, like, yeah, it's kind of
Stop it there.
yeah, like, what are you gonna do? Yeah, but so, but since it is an outside of the realm of the violation of the policy, or you would have to talk about it. That said, April and October, you'll see this right before you get
Yeah.
your property tax income in. And so sometimes if they dip down low there, that's something that's normally
how it
not. Yeah, that's how it works.
I'm talking about ending up at the end of the year at 2%.
That-
Policy said 6%. And
So-
somebody spent more than was in the budget, if we approved the budget at 6%.
My concern would be that you didn't figure it out till the end of the year.
I don't think we figured it out till the next year.
Oh. So that's the sort of thing, is that I would think it's going like this. It didn't come to November and do that.
Well, and actually, I think this is a really good example because it probably goes to
This,
who
yeah,
knew, who knew?
yeah.
At what point did the superintendent and the financial director communicate
Right.
with other board members? Let's say, maybe there's conversations, but those conversations maybe, this is like,
Communication.
we're speculating, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter,
But that's why I think us coming together, having these conversations and knowing if that were the case, and we knew, because clearly every month we're tracking, like now, what we're doing, you're seeing every month.
Yeah.
right,
And how are we tracking on our goal of 6%, our minimum of 6% and our goal of 8%?
Yeah.
So that was an adjustment last year that we made because we were in this situation. But I think back to, if it's that's an alarming situation, should be communicated individually, making sure that if the board president knows, that board president or
Communicate.
vice president or the vice chair communicates with all the board members that this is what's happening.
And yes and no, that also needs to be careful in terms of communicating that publicly too. So we'll cover that a little bit, but this is a good example of why it's so important to have a good, strong team.
Yeah.
Because budgeting is, it's funny, it's not black and white.
No,
There's a lot of squish, and there's a lot of estimation and forecasting, and the best your finance director and superintendent can do. I don't even want to call them misses, because miss makes it sound like they messed up, but it's not.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, and then in our, the document we're gonna go, or when we're gonna talk about the board meeting, how is that communicated? Via email?
Yeah.
Within email, there's a lot of information, like the budget itself, like the F-195, there's a lot of information that's contained in these documents.
Right,
And back to what you said about communicating, and what we're doing now is when we're doing a presentation each month on our budget and we're tracking.
Yeah.
So I think we've mitigated like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
From
Yes.
having
That from
in the
happening,
future.
this also was happening during COVID when there were all sorts of challenges to.
Unforeseen.
So, just like, all,
Yeah.
yeah, all these things that were, anyway, and in a levy year. So. there's a variety
Totally
of things.
unable to predict. And that's where I don't say just a good team, but the trust. So that when something pops up, you trust nothing nefarious is going on because you trust that he's communicated to the best of his ability to you. And there's no, and that's the whole back to the no surprises thing.
Yep.
Because if it's a surprise to him, it should be a surprise to you. Like if it's a surprise, everybody should be surprised, not just one.
Right.
Yeah.
And in terms of reserves, I mean, it's not a separate account, it's just a general fund. And so it doesn't seem like there's any controls that the board has on spending it into that general fund beyond a policy that
Well,
says we will maintain this reserve
and this is,
at
so
the end of the year.
I don't know, Paul, if you're gonna go to the WSD conference in Seattle, I haven't. They normally have like Finance 101. Super recommend
Yeah.
you go to it and anybody else who wants to review it because
Twice, yeah.
it's, school district budgeting is complex, you know, it's not like at home with your checkbook and the family income. It's not the same thing. And you are responsible for passing it. And so understanding what the different funds are and like, you know, the ASB fund, which is like this much, you actually have no control over, but you still have to approve it. But you do have control over, you know, capital funds, transportation, you know, all of that. So understanding that is,
Well, and the challenges for the board when contracts are approved, like when we're presenting a contract and the amounts, like that's back to you, like the trust.
yeah,
That the superintendent and the superintendent's team are managing all of these interactions and exchanges that are happening.
yeah. And I mean, I'm not sure, is he the finance director? Okay,
That is, so Les Brown is a
Yep.
communications, operations and
Okay.
technology. He's also doing a superintendent program.
oh, okay,
So he's here in a variety of.
okay.
And he's been here a really long
Okay.
time. He knows
Hank's been here for
lots of
nearly 30 years.
Well, I was
So
thinking,
when we go over and we look over, there's a reason.
I think that your finance director is one that you should actually, I think I probably had more questions of my finance director than my superintendent at board meetings. And that's totally fine. And that is actually, that's another thing, which obviously you have to have a good relationships too. Some boards are pretty tight where no questions go to staff unless they go through the superintendent or through the chair. So again, this is where you need to understand. And
Okay.
well, because
that's reason-
sometimes people can get gotcha mode or something
Right.
like that, or sometimes the staff doesn't want to be put on the spot. And another times it's being respectful. Like if I had questions for the finance director and I knew ahead of time, I'd let him know because, hey, like give the guy a chance,
Okay.
like he can be prepared. Yeah.
Can I add to that?
Mm.
So just so you're aware, like, because at times, so I've been in a variety of roles in the district over not as long as Les, but in like 25 years in different roles. And so now I know in this, I understand now in this role, like why it's important for me to know if a board member is speaking to a principal or a staff member.
Are you talking in meetings or out?
Out?
Okay, very much.
Yeah, you know,
so.
just like,
Yeah.
to what you just said, like, so they're aware,
Yeah.
so they're not caught off guard because it can be intimidating to have a board director reach out to you. And so it's like I think kind of like the warm handoff or hey, I'd like to speak with
Yeah.
the high school principal. And so I think say to you, like, there's times where you said, hey, I want to talk to this person.
Yeah.
Because just so like or I'll be notified, so-and-so wants to talk to me. And so like there's this level of paranoia that can.
Yeah.
happen, like,
Yeah.
what
Why do they
is
want to
that? And just like, so is this that? Do I reach out and say, hey, what's up? So how can I help you? I also don't want to be like I don't want to micromanage the board.
So,
And I don't want my team to be.
And there's added complexity because many of us are parents.
right.
Exactly,
right.
yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to say, I want to talk to him about one thing and I
Yeah,
go in there about another.
Exactly, right, yeah.
Yeah,
no, there's
I do a whole thing on
context,
being
yeah.
parent board members too. I was thinking in meetings, out of meetings, this is something that definitely the board needs protocol around. And some of the general practices are, if you're a parent, you're a parent. And the staff should be used to that. You're walking through the schools, like they should be used to you coming in. If you want to talk to staff in your school district, like my presentation have all these different hats, your school board member hat. That is something you should have heads up on. And like, if you wanted to, you would put Sadie on the CC. Like, I have some concerns. It's pretty rare that any individual would be needing to talk to a staff member outside of it. But for an example, when I was FRN chair at WSD, and I'm going back to DC, I needed a lot of data from special ed numbers because we were going to be presenting it to our legislators. That was something that was going to take time, but it was, I think, valid school board work. Got it cleared with the superintendent and Scott, our finance director, and that was something that kind of had permission to work on. We also had something, we had staff board members who kept asking staff for, just how many teachers are absent on Monday? I mean, just like inane stuff like that. And it was getting out of hand. And so it ended up being, if it was more than 10 minutes of staff time, no. No, because really, if it's going to take more time than that, it needs to be a directive of the board, not somebody on a whim doing something. That said, Paul gets a little pass for a few months because no, he really does. With working with Sadie and Aaron, he needs to learn. Like, he needs to go like visit schools and meet superintendents and like, so that's a little different than what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
I appreciate like they get to be parents. Like, there's context to, like, we all have different roles,
Yep.
responsibilities, and priorities. So they get to be parents. And then what you were saying, if you're a board member, if you're acting as a board member, that's different than acting as a parent.
Yeah.
So like, as much as you can, like, separate that in. But your point about in versus out meetings. So in meetings,
In meetings, what I would do, especially with finance, is I would send like our finance director, Scott, I go, hey, I'm going to ask about this. Or I want to know how much money we spent on pizza last year, whatever. I'd CC the board chair and the superintendent, and I don't want them answering me in that. I actually want it in public for a couple reasons. One, if I have the question, maybe other people do too. And at the very least, not public, the rest of the board members should have access to that information. So having them give it just to me, I now have a kernel of information and knowledge and power that nobody else does. So you want them to be answering that in a public setting.
Scenario, that is complicated for me. So I'm a community member also.
Yep.
I happen to be out walking on the track when football practice happened to be going on. Some of the kids, I heard them trash talking the old grandpa walking the track. And my first inclination was go to that team meeting and talk to the team. Say, what the fuck are you guys doing? Just pardon my French. But I didn't. I went and talked to the coach afterwards. Is that appropriate as a community member?
I think, yes, you should keep him also aware. We had a case where we had a challenge with a teacher in our my youngest, and that was a real challenge.
Yeah.
So I met with my superintendent first. How are we going to handle this? We got to go through the protocol like everybody else, but we all knew that the teacher was going to be looking at me very differently, not just me, but every other teacher in the school. We ended up deciding that my husband would handle it.
Yeah.
But another thing, when I say that, you want to be a parent, you're going to walk in as a parent.
Sometimes that doesn't really happen.
I got frustrated with how many times that staff wouldn't let me be a parent.
Yes.
And I had to be pretty blunt. I remember sitting at teacher conferences and I sit down one time and the teacher is like open in the high school and they go, oh, I'm so glad you're here. And I'm going, oh, great. You're going to tell me something nice. No, they had questions for me. And I said, no, this is parent conference time. This is about my kid. I will be happy to come in and talk to you, but we're going to do it some other time. And so you need to be
And
firm.
include Aaron on that though.
Yeah.
Too, right.
But you do need to be firm about claiming your turf as a parent.
A previous WSD coordinator, facilitator gave us a very different point of view on that specific thing. She used a crown of thorns metaphor. You're on the board, you have a crown of thorns, you can't take it off. There's nothing you can do as a board member to not be a board member.
It's kind of what Mary said too.
Yeah.
I remember that.
My kid comes first. I love you guys.
Yeah.
You can't take it off. You're always a board member and people are always going to view you as a board
Right.
member, but you have a right to be a parent first.
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
And so, yeah, like, I remember how much it changed. And it's like, really? Like, now you give me the time of day? No, I mean, it was pretty bad sometimes. I remember like,
Who are you?
yeah, but before it was like, whatever. So, Okay, I'm gonna go back to one, again, two more. Set mission, vision, and goals for the school district.
Say that again.
Set mission, vision, and goals. I mean, it's kind of hard, but yeah. So this is,
Yeah, I was like.
but you don't do it, the five of you, right? I just heard about what, it's all your whole stinking community,
Right.
right? And guess who's gonna be helping pay for the facilitator and organizing all the meetings and bringing the muffins and all of that?
Revise my.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, but that's kind of our whole purpose is we're articulating the vision for the district. But again, it's not like the five of you, just because you represent the voters doesn't mean you get to, well, you could, but it'd be a bad call.
Get reelected.
Yeah. So, okay, last one, because I do want to move on, but this one is unique to you. And if you guys have another one, come up with it. Establish a citizen advisory committee to recommend goals for the district. This is kind of.
Aye.
Yeah.
Okay, so, okay, establish a citizen advisory committee to recommend goals for the district. Yeah, it is squish. So the thing is, I keep thinking of like different committees I've sat on as a board member, like health committee, curriculum committee, all that sort of stuff. Usually the superintendent comes in and goes, I have a need for this. If it's going to be a committee of the board, then you guys are officially kind of pulling it together. And then you work with him to discuss like who's going to be on it to make sure do you have union representation? Is it a community member? Is there going to be a citizen on a board member or two? A student? Yes. And that sort of thing. That said, going into a little OPMA, that committee, if it's a committee of the board, and especially if there's a board on it, but the bigger thing is if the board has asked the committee to report back, they are a branch of the board, so they are subject to OPMA.
Wow. That's good to know.
Yeah.
Say that one more time.
So if this is a committee, so like if it's a committee that you are getting information from, you set a committee out, even if a board member's not on it, and you're going to look at closing a school.
Yep.
Well, okay, you would have a board member on that one probably, but you're going to close a school. A board member's not on it, but they're going to bring a recommendation back to you. You don't have to follow it. I'm not saying you have to do what they say. Be careful if you don't, but that is a branch of that's an arm of the board, so they are open to OPMA.
Board.
They're meeting. So let me read. So school districts should be mindful that if the board creates a committee and gives that committee authority to make decisions on the board's behalf, like making ideas about schools, that committee's meetings are subject to OPMA.
But they're not making a decision, they're making a recommendation. The decision is the board then voting and saying, yes, a decision is a decision.
Yeah.
I've had people recommend a lot of stuff to me that I said no to.
That's the key word I think of.
Whether the committee includes board members or not. For example, if a board delegates authority to a curriculum committee.
You're delegating the authority. I don't take it if they're coming back to you and still requiring the board to vote on it, then to me, we haven't delegated the authority. We've given you the authority to go get information, but not to make any decisions.
Right, but they
Yes.
have private meetings, gain the information.
Yeah,
And then a
and
public meeting
To bring the recommendation that the board then makes the decision.
Oh,
Yes.
so when they share the information with us.
That's how I.
That's on
interpret
page
it.
Yeah.
4
Unless
at
you're
the
saying,
bottom.
like,
Yeah.
Empower them to actually make the call.
Right,
Yeah.
that makes sense. That makes sense.
Like, that's how I read that.
Yeah, then that's.
You agree with that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yes.
talk about it.
And so no, and this changes if you have board members on the
Yeah.
committee too.
Can we have alternating board members? Can we change, which one goes to Which,
Then you probably just violated OPMA because it's a serial meeting. Do you know what I mean by that?
Yes.
I don't.
Okay, so, that only two people can meet, right? You cannot, that's
Okay,
not a
I know what
violation.
you're saying now. Okay.
Two
Yeah.
board members, and so we'll cover
Well,
this in a
Jim
little
and
bit.
I are there and then Ida tags in the next time, that's the serious.
You just had a serial meeting and you just violated OPMA.
Question,
How they make this really hard.
Ah,
the responsibilities, and I've been wrestling with this, so. Our district, I think like all districts, never really has developed a long-range plan. In part because superintendents have a tenure of 4 years and board members have a tenure of 4 years. Superintendent, who's responsible for? If a community like a Washougal wants to develop a 20 or 30-year plan, where does that fit in our aided?
So, going back to your board standards, no, I mean, like, that's D, so our five, yeah, so communication and commitment to high expectations for student learning, and this is long planning. And that is, you're not doing it without Aaron,
No.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
But, and Aaron could also be the one going, hey, we need a long
Right.
vision plan. But long-term planning, because Aaron might not be here for, I don't know how long, what average.
He's been with us for at least
Yeah,
4
they
years.
Okay, I know, yeah, that's what I always wanted to. But in other districts, average tenure is what, 5 years?
Yeah.
Is that, so, yeah, average tenure is 5. For board members, it's like 3 or 4. So none of you are going to see the realization of the strategic plan if it's a 12-year strategic plan, or, a bond for a 30-year bond, right? You're not going to see the realization of that.
Right. My understanding is, as elected officials, we are representing the community's interest that has that 20-year,
Yes, yeah.
the utility of the 20-year plan. Where no superintendent, let's say rare superintendent, will have any vested interest in the 20 years from now.
The big thing is, though, when you call a committee together,
Yes,
it needs to be done very transparently
right,
and publicly. Even aside from OPMA, if you had a committee that wasn't done publicly, so the public didn't know, like you were doing it at a board meeting, you're pulling it together, and you have community members on it, that could look like you're loading it. And so the big thing is, if you're going to have a committee, how do community members get on? Did you post it? Did you invite people? And like, this is like, there's a range of committees. Like if you're going to have a committee for the new playground at whatever, Hanson Elementary, that's one thing. But if this is, we are going to change boundaries. And, committees change. You got a curriculum committee.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're going to want a community member on there, but I think that the staff's going to have more expertise and knowledge and experience, and you're going to be relying on them more heavily. Versus a boundary or school closure, there you're going to be wanting district know-how and administration for demographics and data and have you the knowledge there. But obviously the community is going to need to be a huge part of that. And that is something that I think you would be careful about how you select those people. So that it's just no accusations could be made.
So are we gonna move to OPMA?
Yeah, we kind of already are.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm wondering real quick, so we have some food, I just wanna check with, so. Do you wanna like grab it now and then eat it? Or do you wanna, yeah, are you okay with that?
whatever.
Yeah.
Do you mind if we?
Yeah, no, go ahead and do that. Yeah, that's good.
That way we can go a little bit past 6 o'clock.
Yeah. Yeah, fine. We're good. We're good.
Yeah, so why don't you go ahead and help yourself, and then Ida brought some bread and some bean salad,
Oh, thanks, Ida.
Oh, nice.
so.
Do you have to go across the bridge today?
Are you okay? You wanna?
No, I
Yeah,
went
but-
up to the.
How's the fish count looking?
I went.
I might go a little something, but
Got a 20-pound salmon that we did. In Columbia. We do, Pink
Watch
Horn
your
does
step here, watch your
the
step.
carnival, and they do
Yeah.
fundraiser.
Yep.
The principal's husband does the outfitting guides,
Oh, right.
so we always grab one and have a couple pick them out. Yeah, my friend. Just had.
Boy, thanks, Paul.
Where do I? Here.
Back
Right?
to school's been well.
I love that. Well,
Thank you.
Import fish,
I
it
know I have
basically
to
pay for itself almost, right?
I wanna-
Listen.
That'd be good.
We just got a cabin on the East Fork of the Lewis River.
Oh, nice.
And we didn't know this, but the record for the largest steelhead in Washington was caught on that river back in like 1980.
I
But
actually.
it's like 33 pounds.
That's amazing. I
Yeah,
actually like steelhead better than salmon.
That's cool.
I have a
it's
choice.
good.
That's what
It's
I
good. I had cousins
guess
come up from
what?
California
There was-
last week and I really
there
wanted
was
salmon,
something
couldn't
that-
find it, so we had steelhead and they thought they were in heaven.
Yes.
That
Like
was
in a
good.
little with butter on the grill and it.
Yeah, no, we grilled it.
Right?
Yep,
If
yeah.
Somebody's opening it in a different, under a different name or whatever, but yeah, it's gonna be coffee still. I just found that out. I found that out. What's today? I found it yesterday.
Yeah,
Cause my friend Laura's friends with her. I know, right? I'm like, so how many days are we gonna be without coffee? Exactly. Laura said it's gonna be pretty quick.
Coffee?
Washougal coffee's closed.
I just saw something about if school districts really wanted to raise money, they'd start selling triple lattes in the student pickup line after
Somebody
school.
else just, that's yesterday, actually, when we were having coffee, she said that. She's like, you wanna know how we raise money in the schools?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
MS CRDE drop off line, a little coffee shop right there.
Mhm. And then you could be hosted by students, you know, for teaching job skills. Yeah, I just saw it on our Facebook page at Kelso or whatever. They just started a vet tech program at our high school.
Oh, that's great.
Super excited. It looks really cool.
And there's some back and forth into the career.
Oh, yeah. But in terms of getting the kids job ready and skills, I mean, we've had some other great programs, but that was a new one and I thought, man, that's good.
I've got, my cousin's wife does, she is senior director for Banfield.
Mm,
And she was saying like to try and find vets or vet techs it's insane to try and get them around here. So
yeah, I know. I feel sorry for people that like trying to get into a new vet with a new pet.
Nope.
I figured we've always got to keep one alive because as long as you're already there, then they'll let you bring in the new one you bring in.
Here, ours in Morton started charging $100 membership fee to continue to be a patient. That's
Really?
outside of any charges. You wanted to continue to have him as his vet, you paid an additional $100 a year.
That's insanity.
You had enough clients, they're pretty good. I mean, he was a great vet.
Well, what are you going to do too if you're in Morton? I
Right.
mean, where else are you going to do? Drive into Yakima?
Exactly.
I can't believe how expensive. I wish I would have been a vet tech instead of a dental assistant.
Right?
Just in case. After I touch them all. I know I probably won't use it, but.
All right, thank you for the little pause.
Thanks.
I've been obsessed with bread lately.
I know, but my son's baseball game starts at 7:30, so if you got a lot of questions, what's that?
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks for the warning. though.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right there. You got a home run last night.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And
Nice
it
job.
was nice. He was so excited.
Love it.
And then he's gotten too much in his head. It was literally not swinging the ball. because
That's
his
what
son-
happened to Kaden.
Well,
Yep.
and he's in minors, and I was like, what are you doing? He was like, well, if I hit the ball, there's like a
Oh, no.
50% chance they're gonna throw me out. If I walk, I can steal.
Oh my gosh, that
I was
is
like-
exactly what Kaden is doing.
And I was like, dude, they're gonna strike you out when they figure out you're not swinging.
Well, it happened to my oldest because he was so much taller than the other kids, so every time, that kid never swung. So Kaden's like, I'm like, buddy, you're not as tall as your brother.
Yeah.
was. You gotta swing.
Mhm.
Thank you, probably all received that.
Okay.
So your girl playing ball softball or
Yeah.
maybe a different sport?
So
I'll make sure you pull it up.
yeah, okay. I am sure you've seen this. I don't like this one as much. The old one was like, it was this big. It was a little,
I
and
still have that.
oh my gosh. I mean, it's like mine is dog-eared yellow inside out. This one I had like in my pocket. I used it all the time. I keep going, you guys need to make the little small version again. So we're going to cover this. A couple things is, we'll do real quick. Consequences of violation. This is more for Paul. I should probably be down here.
We all needed this.
I did all those things.
Oh, did you?
this morning.
Well, good.
He's like, let
Okay.
me tell you guys all about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, we have not a school board, it's city council in the area, you might have seen it in the news, who got accused of violating OPMA. And it was a group of 40 who did it and went through text messages and found like 45 text messages that were out. So that means $500 for the first violation, $1,000 for everyone after that. Each single one was counted as a violation. This is being tried up. So, and then they don't cover your attorney fees, right? If you're, so then it's a mess because then they're trying to, the city anyway. But the big thing on that is, don't forget that any action you took at the meeting where the violation occurred is null and void. So, which you can go back and redo it, but the embarrassment factor and just so if you do violate it, that is also an action of it. That said, we'll do executive sessions. Do you know what exempt meetings are? That's an important one that I don't think board members are as familiar with.
We've had them
Yeah.
Exempt?
When we say that we're going back.
to discuss.
To discuss-
No. Not executive.
Oh,
We'll do executive in a second. Exempt.
No,
So an exempt meeting is one that doesn't need to be posted. It's like an executive session, but it doesn't need to be posted. So there's 2 meetings outside of executive that you don't need to post. One is an emergency meeting, which is public, and it can be called, and it's normally like for disasters of like fires. We had flooding in our district, and it was like Friday at 4:00. We called it so we could get the insurance in, and we made a budgetary approval to hire somebody to clean up because it was a holiday weekend. You cannot call an emergency weekend because he wants to go on vacation next week. That doesn't, like, it's got to be a real emergency. So emergency meetings, those are public, but you can call them immediately. Exempt are like executive. They're private. They're, I don't want to say off the books, but there's no minutes taken. And you don't have to post them. And there's 2 scenarios. One is quasi-judicial actions of the board.
what does that mean?
When you act as a quasi-judiciary board, you're making a decision like on a grievance of an employee, or a lot of times discipline or graduation requirements for a student. So pretty rare, but the reason why you don't post it is if some districts have actually, they let students walk if they're not quite there. Like if they think they're going to graduate by September 1st, they'll let them walk. But that took an action of the board to let that happen. Well, if they do that, all the kids have to do is go sit outside the door when they know it's going to be and see who walks in, and then they know who it is. So it's a violation of FERPA is why you don't do that, to protect privacy. The other reason is for collective bargaining, and they list all the reasons, but anything to do with collective bargaining. So if you're discussing anything like that, you can meet in an exempt session, and I've done that, lived through that as chair of a board during a teacher strike. And that is for, let me just be honest, picketing and harassment and stuff that can go on. So those are the 2 reasons you can do exempt sessions. And the big thing is, especially if it's, I urge you to use it if it's appropriate. So, and that you don't have to use executive session for that.
How would that such a meeting be called?
You superintendent says, we're going to have, or the board chair says,
Okay.
yeah. No, in fact, we got turned in and the newspaper called on us for it because you don't have, we met at the superintendent's house and people saw us walk in there.
I was gonna say, people will know most of our cars at this.
Yeah,
point.
and they will, but we were totally, like, it was totally legit above board. And so, but those are situations that you can, and I'd recommend you do.
We typically just like, it's 6 or 6:30 or
Yeah,
30, just depends on.
so you do it ahead of time. You don't have the
Yeah.
problem
We
of
have to.
people. Yeah, but now executive session, okay, that is what you were talking about here. And I think that's cool, but it's out of date, you know? I've never seen that in a board meeting. So, okay, so there's 7, there's 2 that aren't on there. Do you know what the 2 are?
I
One
mean, we
is
repeat
my
every time.
favorite. So there's actually 17 reasons but only 9 pertain to school boards. And you've got them listed here. There's two that are not on here. One is my favorite one of all,
What are those?
national security. Anyway,
Oh,
you can call an executive session for national security.
oh,
I just want to pause just for a moment. There's a lot of things in here that are outdated. That strategic plan is two plans.
Maybe we need to bring that
That
back.
picture over there, like those pictures, we don't need to celebrate the instructional leadership or framework anymore.
It
So
still looks-
Patty, there we go. So we're looking at some.
Well,
Thank you.
I think
There's another thing that's coming off the wall.
so. Well, and there's only missing two things. One is national security, and actually, school district has used it. If you're up on the border, there's been times where they've had to but the one that's not up there that is pretty new is meet with legal counsel for data security breach, and this came with some of the cyber attacks and the ransomware and stuff like that. So that is one of the reasons.
Prevent that less.
And then the acquisition of real estate and the considering of price of real estate and the publicly bid contract, the caveat is if held in public, it could be detrimental, which obviously that's always the case. So, and the point on this one is receive and evaluate complaints against an employee or board members. And what's important there is that the individual can request to have it held in public. And that's happened to us too. And it's just let you know that just so you don't get caught off board or embarrassed when you say no, you have to let them if they want to. And then evaluations of qualifications of an applicant for public employment, and this or is big, or review the performance of a public employee. Because back in the day, when there was things going on, they'd meet for personnel reasons, and that is not a reason to meet. So say you're terminating the principal's contract and he wants to let you know about it, obviously be done in executive session. And I'm assuming that it might be for performance of a public employee, and that would be the grounds for what you can meet. You cannot meet just because you're with your attorney. You have to have matters relating to enforcement or litigation. It has to be real. It can't be made up. But those are pretty straight, and I know Erin can keep you. You're good on those, I know.
You know, Corey, who has been supporting the board, the different superintendents in the board. Yeah, she's very helpful with our reasons. And
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's phenomenal. Yeah.
So you put them up there, just straight out of the book. You say what it is and put it on there. And then the other thing is you do need to put an end time on it, and then you need to come back. And most of the time, if it's at the end of a meeting versus the beginning, you'll say, we're coming back at 8:35 only to adjourn, so that people don't wait and think you're going to do board business.
yeah.
So just be polite and considerate about that too. So the other thing that's important is no actions, including straw polls and actions, that's direct from the book, is a discussion.
Well, then what are you doing in that meeting?
I know. So
mean-
for an exempt meeting, you can. But for the exempt meeting but for action, I should back up a little bit. That's for more communications. So sorry, for no actions, I should have put final actions.
Okay.
So final actions, and final actions that's where a vote means a collective positive or negative decision or an actual vote. So that the collective positive or negative, that's the straw poll. So how do you hire a superintendent? And have you done this? Okay, so I remember doing it, and we're sitting here and we start listening assets and strengths of the candidates, and I know who I want. So I start writing all, and pretty soon you can see. And then I'd say I'm ready to go make a motion. I'm going to go back in session. Anybody's going to figure out, but we did not take a vote. We did not say, oh yeah, I agree. Didn't say anything like that, but you can kind of do that. So.
But what you just said, the last part of the sentence, I'm ready to go make a motion.
Mm-hmm. I have to go out in public in an open
Right.
meeting to do the motion.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing is, even if we didn't have the Post-its up on the wall writing stuff down, I think if you're having a good, healthy discussion, people are gonna wanna know that I'm gonna want Clyde and not Jenny or whatever, they'll figure that out. So, but.
I'd vote for Clyde just for the name.
So, actions of the board, and this goes on to Jane, your question about communications outside of board meetings. So, it is challenging and it is difficult. And I've always said, being on a board and being in the public eye, it's kind of like you get difficult, awkward conversations that are fine, but they're not always fun to talk about. And I say, it's kind of like you got to put Nana in a nursing home, right at home. And nobody feels good about this, but like we got to do something. So we're going to have a family discussion about this. But before that, we open up the front door and invite the whole neighborhood to come in and sit on the couch and watch us. And honestly, that's what I feel like it is being on a board sometimes. And it is even asking questions, or I don't want to say challenging board members, but questioning board members, like trying to understand it can be awkward and you don't want to be as direct, especially if you've got media in the room. Because anybody here been misquoted or quoted out of context? My favorite was, this was years ago, we were in Boston with our kids on our big family vacation, and my husband comes back upstairs and goes, "Congratulations, Patty." And I said, "What?" He goes, "You were quoted at last night's board meeting." I used to, with a local paper, give it to my kids and say, "Find 3 mistakes," and they could find them. So a lot of times, media might not even be here, and they will get their information about the board meeting and still write an article. So talking at board meetings, being careful, and recognizing how things can be taken out of context. But how do you communicate as a team? And so there's 2 ways of talking about this. Is Aaron communicating with you? If you're communicating against the 5 of you, generally it needs to be done in a public setting.
Yeah.
What?
And announced, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Public. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. So, and the difference is, it has to be about business. So you guys want to go to the baseball game tonight? All of you can go over there and all of you can sit together and all of you can have a great time.
It's not a good idea, though.
No, well, it should be, but actually, Issaquah had an issue that they were totally right and they were cleared, but they were like at many of the board members were at a public forum for candidates. It was during, like September or October. And they went over there because it was, county commissioner and stuff like that, and went over the forum. Afterwards, they walked back across the street and went out and had a glass of wine together. Newspaper turned them in for violating OPMA. They did not. They did nothing wrong. They were having a glass of wine together. You can do that. Your kid graduates, invite them over to the graduation party. That is totally fine. Just don't talk about renewing the superintendent's contract next month when you're there.
I think we tended to probably overinterpret. There was a levy, kind of a levy passed, and there was a little get together at one of the administrators' house, and 3 board members ended up coming. As soon as the 3rd came, the 1st left.
And I can see that. I know in our levy committee, we would only have like 1 board member on it, but the celebration party afterwards, like, yeah, you guys all want to celebrate.
Celebrate together, right?
Yeah. And yeah,
It's kind of a gray area.
I would say not that. I'd say before the levy,
Yeah.
when you're doing strategy, and then remember, this is administration's out, right? School can't do that. So like it's all on their own time if they're involved.
Right.
But as board members, that you need to be careful with that you're not doing business. So the bigger thing is I've gotten some like, how do you talk to people before board meetings? So I guess before I can even like talk through that with you is like, why? Like, why do you need to talk with people between board meetings? If it's truly like, what do you want? Pizza or hoagies for dinner? Like, okay, that's fine. But, and you probably know this, You cannot reply back. So for example, once we were doing a budget cutting and I as chair, and I sent out a meeting, a message to the board. I want you to prioritize the things you want, send it back to the superintendent. The superintendent was then going to compile it and bring it back to us in a public session. There was one way you can get information. She can send information all she wants to you. Don't reply back.
So I can send a message, a blanket message, say, I need to get this information to everybody. I can
Yes.
send, just don't reply back.
Don't reply back to her.
Kind
If
of like
you,
Aaron does.
yeah, and if you have to, only reply to her. Don't hit reply all. And I did that, and then I had a board member with our attorney there claimed I violated OPMA, but she actually did it in reply all to us and said, you just violated OPMA. And the irony was, no, it wasn't me, it was you. Because as soon as you hit reply all, you can't have a conversation talking at the wall. You have to have somebody come back at you.
Yeah.
But the bigger thing is, how much and why are you communicating between board meetings? A lot of it is just to get work done. Or is it to talk about pulling a committee together? That needs to be in a public setting.
When you gave the example of a board, you didn't agree, two board members didn't agree. And one reached out to the other to say, I just wanted to talk about that's a reason.
Awesome.
Yeah, gotcha, okay.
Yeah, that's awesome. And where the gray area is, like if you two decided to talk about a vote coming up and you decided we're going to vote for it. So technically that's only two of you. That's not cool.
Right.
I mean, that violates the intent
But
of the
I think
law.
what her opinion is on it. Hey, what do you
Yeah.
feel about this?
Yeah.
Right?
Or, and you could also, she could call you and say, I'm uncomfortable with the upcoming vote. I don't think I have enough information. Can
Sure.
you please ask Aaron to get more information for it? Or, no surprises, I'm not comfortable yet. I'm not ready to vote.
Right. Okay. And then I go to Aaron and say, listen, this is happening. We need to postpone this, blah, blah, blah.
Or no, see that, I don't know if you'd want to, yeah, be careful on that. I mean, you making a decision, you need to let the rest of the board know
Okay.
that. So then again, Aaron
So then
might
I
send
need
that.
to go to the rest and say, is it,
No, can't do that.
No.
no, not the
Yeah.
rest individually.
Yeah, no, but let's say you decide you are going to postpone the vote.
Okay.
So who sets the agenda? Aaron and you
Yeah.
do.
And Jim.
Okay.
Sometimes.
Sometimes Jim.
So
does
the
too.
two of you can make that decision.
Okay.
And then I'm assuming that you send out like a weekly notes, like a Friday notes or something like that?
I intend to. That's my intent.
Okay.
I've never good this last 2 weeks.
Okay.
Yes,
Oh, why? Did school start or something?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, that's something that then he could put in his update.
Okay.
Just FYI, Sadie and I pulled the vote on the new school building off the agenda for this reason.
Okay. Okay. That makes more sense.
And then if it's within 24 hours, you need to get the new one up because the public would have to know that. But
If I communicate that I'm gonna pause on something, and I reach out to each board member.
you can,
Yep.
yeah, you can.
Yeah.
In fact, he can, yeah.
Not.
You need to be careful because you're bordering on a serial meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
What happens though say that I go to Aaron and say, a board member wants to pause on this, and then Aaron sends that out and board members want more information. Why are we pausing on this? That's a legitimate question. So who do they go to at that?
They should probably
Aaron.
go to Aaron,
Okay.
yeah. And if Aaron could say, because we don't have enough information, or we can discuss it at the board meeting,
Okay.
or something like that.
Okay.
So one thing that's important is when are your board meetings are on Tuesdays, I know that. So if you decided to do this last Thursday night or Friday, you could post a revised agenda publicly and you're good.
Sure.
If you decided to do this yesterday, you can't change the agenda you don't have 24 notice. So you could still postpone it, but you'd have to do it at the board meeting.
Okay.
So at the board meeting, you could just start off at the minute, like approve the agenda. We're actually going to pull this and just do it right there.
Any provisions to the agenda, that would be what that. is
Yeah.
For,
Yeah,
Oh,
we
yeah.
never use it.
Yeah, we never do use that. We never have
Yeah.
revisions. That makes sense though.
yeah. So actually, a lot of times I do encourage people, and this is more for Paul being new, you pass the consent agenda and it's huge. It is not uncommon for somebody to say, I'd like to pull item G or item C or something like that. And that is often the case because you might have a question. It could be a really inane question. It's just like, hey, why did they spend $18,000 on pizza? You know, like just like why? It could be something like that. I actually pulled one once because it was the accepting the retirement from teachers, and there was somebody who had been there like for 40 years, and I wanted to recognize them. So we pulled it. We passed the consent agenda, and I just said, before we do this, we just wanted to call out, especially because they were going to be at the meeting, and then we voted on it there, and it was a way to make a little more because. I don't know, it's kind of rough in June when you accept these mass retirements. It's okay. You can do that to ask questions, or the other thing is conflict of interest. Like if you had a spouse member or a kid, or you were part of something, you'd pull it for that and then you'd abstain from that vote. So pulling is not a big deal.
You're not supposed to ask questions.
Right.
about it.
You can totally. But if you're going to get into something and it's on just one and you want to, also, if it's a super quick question, ask it, go for it. But if you think the question is going to instigate a dialogue, I just pull it, vote on it, and then you guys can focus on the context of that. Either way is correct. I'm looking at like efficiency of the meeting and moving it along. But the reason why it's a consent agenda is because generally there's not a lot of debate and it's pretty innocuous. But so this shouldn't be happening every meeting, but sometimes there is stuff. And a lot of times, if you do have a question on it, it's something that you could have emailed him like the week before when you got the board
Yeah.
pack. And
That's a no surprises.
yeah,
Yeah, that clause in our
yeah.
policy.
So
We often don't get the agenda though, right? So a couple days before.
Thursday,
Thursday or Friday, yeah,
ready by noon.
yeah. It's
Yeah, right.
it's rough. I know. I think that's like number one board complaint, and I can vouch. They're working their heinies off to get all the information at the last minute and get it out there. And they're like, I need more time. It's like, I know. I Sunday night at midnight, me too, reading it. But
Yeah, there's been a request to, as much as possible, first board meeting of the month. Can you get us everything, right, that we're gonna be making decisions on in 2 weeks? But then to your point, it doesn't go out till noon, I think, on
Yeah.
Friday of the next.
they've got stuff changing at the last minute. It's hard, I know. And you have board meetings every 2 weeks. Yeah. So tomorrow morning, he's planning the next board meeting already. I mean, it's there. It's going fast.
And a question about consent agendas, just in general. What if you don't consent? What if one member doesn't consent?
Then you have to do a vote. You like you can and so you are voting on it. Like so, if you don't consent, don't you vote on the consent agenda?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, so say no.
I'm just saying.
Say
what
no.
happens?
Yeah,
Then
that's
just
fine.
vote
No, vote no.
Okay.
Then the consent agenda passes.
Okay,
Yeah. So you along that lines, when do you need to take a roll call vote? And I don't know this one. You might have to help me out on this one.
changes, I would imagine.
Not roll call is when they go through
Right.
each of you. And they don't, you can't do A or nay.
Hire the superintendent, should have a call.
That's a big one.
And when we hired,
Voted.
vote in.
That's another one. And usually,
The reduction in force,
oh, okay. That's good. And that's not required, I don't think. The other one is on officer elections usually. When
Oh,
you
yeah.
do that one there too. And the fourth reason is when everybody wants it. They can call for it. And that is because somebody might want to go on the record as being the no vote. Because otherwise, like if it's a 4-1 or a 3-2, motion passes and it's like, I want roll call because I want on the record that I voted against it,
Okay.
which you can do.
Yeah.
So,
We try to reach consensus.
yeah. No, and it is good. And there's been some times where we've had a couple things we had to vote, we had to pass, which to me is like, it was federally related. I'm going, why are we voting on this? This is stupid. Like, we have to do it. And so a couple of us voted no because we had to pass it. But we voted no because it was the whole context of it. It's like, it was something to do with some federal program, and it was like that takes away the whole point of an independent
Voting,
board.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's pretty
Weird.
yeah. So communications still, communicating between board members. You can always, phone call is great. Just remember that, as you know, text messages, and you guys do all have emails from the districts.
Yes.
That's a must, or I think it is a must today, and to make sure you do that. And then you can always do phone calls, but your text messages are open for freedom of public request too. I think I only had one Freedom of Public Request record as a board member, but then I had several on the state board, and it's a pain. Yeah,
So,
yeah, they're not fun.
yeah.
Yeah,
If I have a Google Doc that I share with everybody but nobody comments on, we're fine. Or no?
what do you mean?
Like if I have a document where, I don't know,
Just for example.
just for example, where I have like some thoughts written down or a plan or anything and I share it, but they can't comment, there's no commenting back. It's okay.
Yeah, but I'd be still careful with that, because you should still be considering doing that in a public setting.
But if it's because I guess my thing is like, we want to be transparent, but there's also times where you want to kind of flesh out your thoughts and get other people's perspective before you're ready to be like,
Or
okay,
gather
this is what I'm
information.
thinking, right?
So, and a good thing is if it's big, like you guys are talking about a levy or the district plan or something, do a work session. And it doesn't have to be big. It could be a half-hour work session. It could be an hour before your board meeting. And if you really have thoughts and you want to hear from other people,
Work sessions are open.
they're open to the public who comes.
Yeah, we're looking
Yeah.
at the usual.
That's about it.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's it. Yeah, no, that's what I meant. It's right here.
Okay. So maybe we could.
Do they
use our
still have
work
to be
session
like
for-
broadcast and recorded as well?
I don't know about the broadcasting and recording. That's your choice. I think that the board meetings need to be, but I'm not double
So we have,
check on that one.
Really similar thing about, where the board takes final action. So just like the recording is, like my suggestion for this was to record it so that we're in the habit of just doing it consistently, and so that there's not like recording, nothing. And then everybody like, what happened there?
Right.
And then have people assume that something nefarious happened
Yeah,
in that, yeah.
but you don't have to. That's been one that WSD trainers have actually, because it got hot a little while ago. And there were some WSD trainers just like, I'm not doing it if it is recorded, because they've become a target
Yeah, sure.
and had like people contacting them. And so yeah. So, but I like your practice of just being consistent and transparent. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, so good way for that. So you have to have a public hearing for your budget in July, right? How long is that? Like ours was like, I swear, 15 minutes. I mean,
Yeah.
it's,
we have,
The last meeting of August.
yeah, and that's separate than the board
yeah,
meeting.
it was, yeah,
No.
15 minutes.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
public hearing.
well, I know, but it's actually separate than the board meeting, and it
Yeah,
was like
we-
15 minutes.
Yes.
So you
Yeah.
could do a workshop too for an hour or a half hour if you really do want to think out loud with your partners and you don't want to do it in a board meeting.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Say it one more time.
If you really want to think out loud and have discussions and action, you can do that with the board in a you could do it in your regular meeting. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you don't,
Well-
for efficiency's sake, if you want to kind of keep the regular meetings as kind of more structured business, do that and keep work sessions for this sort of collaborative thinking out loud, working together.
Yeah, I think where I come from is a lot of that, like when you're brainstorming, you're tossing out a lot of different ideas, and when it's public and people are hearing it, they latch onto the one thing that scares them.
Out of
And
context.
I was totally not like, you're just brainstorming, and so
Yeah.
then instead of being able to speak freely, you're holding back. because,
Yes.
like, And that's the part that frustrates me.
I totally get it. That whole thing about making a decision on Nana in front of
Yeah.
the neighborhood. Yeah, it's very hard, and especially if you have public.
Do you have any examples of functional organizations that work this way, other than school boards?
Oh, you mean Congress?
They don't work.
Do that. Are you?
I mean, just compared to the private
Just
sector.
have a lobbyist part of it?
University level,
No, I
there's
mean,
a lot of discussion before there's anything to vote on even, and having to, it just is really awkward. I'm just
it is.
perspective to have these brainstorming sessions with the press listening in, waiting for that spoken phrase that ends up in the paper.
So there was a
And I-
few years ago, there was a move at the legislature. Aaron, help me out with this one, or it was about doing something with our executive sessions where they were supposed to take minutes that then would be like,
Public,
not public.
no.
They would be like, they would be recorded, but they wouldn't be made public, but you needed to take minutes or something like that. It didn't go down. And the big fight against it was, if you do that, you're just gonna push conversations into hallways and parking lots. So if we really want to live by the transparency and the sunshine law, then
Yeah, but sometimes those, I mean, reality of in the workplace, outside of this workplace, those hallway conversations are critical.
they are.
Developing a consensus or fleshing out some wild idea before you're sitting here talking to the press.
I 100% agree with you. It's cumbersome doing it this way.
So
Yeah.
if we do the strategic plan,
Cause that was a committee appointed by Aaron,
okay,
right? Cause if Aaron appointed the committee,
What board
it
members
doesn't have
sat
to
on
be public, even though the board member sat on it. he
There's
could work.
2 board
And
members.
then
that
you have governing authority.
Yeah, they couldn't make a decision, they can make the right.
Yeah, and that one, I think we need to check on that with legal, because you've got 2 board members on it. And you're going to be bringing back, even those board members are bringing back information to the board. I think that would be,
be bringing back the information. We're just,
Aaron,
Participating.
yeah, they
Yeah,
participated as
participating.
members of the board.
yeah, like we brought community members, we brought students.
Okay.
There was like a whole.
so I'm a
But I
community
agree.
member who's up north, right? I'm out in the, and I just found out you've got this committee meeting. I didn't know about it.
So,
I would have liked
I
to,
know about it.
we-
We didn't know.
so we
Okay,
announced, we
okay.
said
Yeah.
the entire world.
Yes.
Let
Okay.
us know if you're interested. And
Yeah.
20 people didn't respond.
So it's public.
Yes,
It is
yes.
public. Okay, it's public then. Okay. So then your
But
question,
when you guys met, did anybody walk in, or was it the people after the committee had been identified, like, could anybody walk into the third meeting, or was it that committee?
Yeah, anybody could walk in.
But we didn't really have a bunch of people show up. It was, yeah, but.
Yeah.
So how could we do that for what you guys want to do? Like, how can we structure?
well, if you have a community member on the committee, it's going to be public.
Right.
So just keep that in mind.
That's kind of.
Right, but like, we don't have to publish it and record it, et cetera.
Yeah, and that's where I would check with legal counsel, because I do think that when you've got 2 board members on it and you are talking about, like, they might not be making a final recommendation, but they're bringing back, they're going to be giving information to you as a board. The board will take in a vote off of the information and a recommendation that they're bringing you. To me, that's the work of the board.
So our neighbor to the west, I believe that they have a number of advisory teams.
Yeah.
Finance, I think there's a finance one, I think there's a legislative advisory group. So are those, so I guess what I gotta figure out is, are those recorded meetings, are those?
They are
subject to
recorded?
AMA? No, that's, I'm wondering, like,
I'm on Kelso's advisory budget committee,
Okay.
and those are not recorded.
is there
And
is there a
I
board member
don't,
on it?
yes, there are 2 actually.
So how is that different than what we're talking about?
Well, the question is, do you need to post it? And,
Well, I'm fine with posting.
okay,
It's just the like recording it and broadcasting it and having, because again, like it's.
okay, we don't record ours. We don't record
The
them.
decision requirement, only when the board is
Yeah.
Meetings of the board where you actually final out.
Yeah, so you don't need to record it. No, no.
Record it. It's posted,
Yeah,
it's a meeting.
And is this retreat, is this an open public meeting?
yes.
Yep.
Yeah, anybody can come into this. And as a public member, if I wanted to, I should be able to find out, I don't know, but through your website, like, when is the committee meeting? Could I sit in if I wanted?
Yeah.
Okay, then that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of what the, it's
Yeah.
just sound bites.
Right,
Out and
right.
that's hard. As with anything, the one phrase that was said offhand by somebody one time and that becomes this.
Set it under your breath.
Headline.
Yes.
Let's keep doing it.
Right?
Yeah.
Hey, Tammy, how we doing?
We have
So,
more to-
So we have good discussion happening.
yeah. So I think we kind of did emails, committees, parking lot. Yeah, I think we've kind of gotten a bit of that.
Board events, can you go back to board events?
Okay, board events, I'm thinking of like WSD regional meetings or the like WSD conference, annual conference, stuff like
We
that.
also have listening tours that happen. We have.
Okay,
Those are
yes.
scheduled.
I was thinking a lot of times we get questions about, can the board go to WSD and no, to a WSD conference, and could you meet with me there and could we have a workshop? Yes, you'd have to post it, but you can, so that you don't like, you couldn't obviously be taking votes and passing budgets and stuff like that. But a lot of times boards do use their time at conference together to have like a couple hours together because you're all there.
And all you have to do is post it.
Yes.
Which we do.
Okay. Or you guys are just going to go out for dinner because it's the one time a year you can all go out to dinner together. You're not posting that. You're going out to dinner. And you go to WSD regional meeting and you want him to drive in the Washougal van. Fine, you can drive together. And you can talk about the football team, but not about non-renewing the contract of the coach. So that's what I meant by board events. But
Gotcha, thank you.
you meant board events like when you hold public listening posts and things like that. And those obviously would be posted and everything. So generally, the board doesn't, the chair and the superintendent might. But as a board, you probably, the board communicates at a board meeting or in a public setting.
And so would you recommend we don't communicate with each other outside of those public meetings?
I mean, about what?
About school, business, schools?
Yeah.
I guess I need a little more example.
Let's say that I have an idea for something and Jim and I go for a walk and we want to go.
Okay.
This idea and it's related to.
That's great. You two, okay, leave it between the two of you.
Yeah.
Yep,
But he can't go turn around and talk about that mistake.
no. And then just in the effort of being transparent, you should probably, do you have a board report out time at your board meeting?
Bring it up.
Yep. Jim and I are going for a walk and we had this idea. What do you think, Erin?
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. Just be careful that if you've got people sitting out here with microphones of this, that they're going to go, well, Jane and Jim have created a committee and they've decided just be aware. You can't control how people misquote you, but just be aware. But there's absolutely no reason. I remember I wanted to do a book study with my board once and I kind of ran that by another board member. It's like, I was thinking, what do you think? Could we do a book study together? And we talked about that before I then brought it to the board.
No. Legal.
Yeah, because I was having a conversation with one person. Yeah. So I don't know, it's cumbersome.
By doing.
Yeah. So I think you guys have your operating principles there. Did you get those there for him?
You know what? Let me put those out.
Okay, well,
Yeah, so just really brief. Just-
yours are,
So they received them electronically, but we just, let me make.
okay. So the point on this one, since we're wrapping up here real quick, was just to check back in because we had a lot of discussion and I see a lot of you are sitting in the same seating area, so that's good. But, well, the operating are these, I think you call them principles. They're
Yes.
also protocol, and somebody else had them something else. Another P, I forget what it was. Anyway, they are basically mutually agreed upon rules on how you operate. These are not RCWs. They're not the OPMA. They are just how you guys agree. So a lot of times people will put a little bit more about the role of the chair in. Like the chair will be the spokesperson. Or if the board member has a complaint, they'll go to the chair and then, or, things like that to reemphasize. I had one that I was just working with. It was Chihuahua, and theirs are pretty new. And what I liked about theirs was that under each section, and we could even bring them up, they reference the policy number of the area they were talking about. And yours are the policies numbers right there. And as I was telling Aaron, they're fine for you. They're pretty succinct. And that was basically what I was going to ask with you today. I've got an example of a one-page operating protocol. In fact, if you want to open
Yeah, I gotta read
my email,
Yeah.
open up the one from Pullman. And then I've got some that are like 15 pages. And the point of today was, since I knew we'd be talking about communications, and your communications and your operating protocol were basically, I guess, the values of communicating, being honest, respectful, leaning into it, and that's all great. And then also communicating with the community on complaints. So that was a little more structured. And I didn't know if you guys might want to do a little more structured in terms of communicating, like if there's questions before board members, we will communicate with the superintendent or the chair will represent. Just totally up to you. But after today, I thought it might be good to do a little bit of a dive into your operating principles and protocol. And so we don't have a whole lot of time next. So I'm going to go over what I would recommend. Normally what I do is I bring in like a bunch of examples, like 8 or 10 of them. And I have you guys, I give you 3 minutes, read, switch. And I'd have you go through and you'd read them. And you get pretty quick an idea of like, ooh, I like that. I think I'd like to include it in ours. Or like, whoa, like I've got one that's up, it goes, I know they wrote this when they were having problems. I'm going, yeah, you're right. They did write this when they were having problems. But we go through and then as a group kind of talk about it for a little bit. And you kind of come out like, I really like this, or I'd like to have a section on respect put in there, or community complaints, or I want to put all of our policy references in there. And then get 2 of you maybe to come and rewrite them. Like, okay, I heard everything. Let's do a new draft of it. And Ida and Sadie sit down and write them. And then at a board meeting, bring them back and go, here's what we think we got it all incorporated into it. Because it is hard to group write a document with 5 people. But if you could sit down and talk about it a little bit. So, yeah, I like writing policy. You know how that is. But yeah.
I don't know, I got my box paper right.
It would be valuable to see some others.
Okay.
Even if we don't do it in real time tonight.
And so I don't know, Aaron, if you could open up, I've got a couple that if you could screen share from the email I sent you.
Yep.
Open up the one from Pullman. And I feel like these are all public, but I'm not picking on people. I'm giving you different examples. And then
Wasta has a sample.
we've got like dozens of them. And you can normally go to a website and find them. Yeah. In fact, one side note, this little chart that you have on the front of yours, the what and how, that is super common on a lot of operating principles. And one thing I suggest to folks sometimes in community is to consider putting that on your board page, because while you understand what your role is, often the community does not quite understand. And so we've had on our board page, some boards have put up the role of your school board. Like, this is what your school board does. They don't pick out the next mascot, like this is what they do. And they kind of put this up on here to help the community understand what it is. And since that's right already in
What
your
did I turn
operating
off here?
principles,
Wait a minute.
it would be very
Never mind, I
nice.
gotta figure it
And
out.
actually making the operating
Jeez.
principles a link to it is another good thing. So the community can see that you guys are a collaborative team and that you work together. So this one was, if you want, we can go through this. So this was Chihuahua. And you can, so the first page is just what you have here. And then they have a little section on board meetings. And it's things from making sure there's no surprises and making sure you prepare for the board meeting. You can keep on going down. And then running executive sessions. Now, this is all in the law. So some of this could also be for the community as much as for board members, because I think everybody knows this already. But again, they actually cite the RCW on that one too. So, and then they go through and the communications between board and staff, keep going down. There's one next, top of the next page. Stop here. This was really unique. I've never seen anything like this. Working with district staff about our own
I
children.
like that.
So that's the sort of thing that just help. And that's the sort of thing that actually helps, like Jim, who doesn't have kids in the district, I'm assuming, maybe don't understand why they get special treatment. I mean, that's not a problem here, but it helps board members who maybe don't have kids in the district understand it's a different situation when you are a parent.
Yeah.
So there's this sort of thing that's very unique. I haven't seen it a lot, but kind of like it. So, and then board and community interaction, again, they have the policy there. And that is also good. You got 1,500 policies, I swear, right? You don't know them all. But if you can remember a few policy numbers.
I really like that reference to that policy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's good, because then when you're talking with somebody, you can do it. And they spelled out, like, this was theirs, how to do it. So you can keep on going down. There's a few more pages here. Board conduct, that's more of a values sort of thing. Board authority, again, sometimes this is needed because remember the superintendent only reacts to the whole board. And a lot of times when people are in the district a lot, or spouses in the district, they see stuff, boots on the ground, and they think, we need to address this. And they keep running over here to like, oh, you need to address this. And my superintendent was really good at this. She go, so is that a request of, board member Smith, or does the entire board want me to do that? And it's like, no, we don't want you wasting time on that.
Right.
So that was kind of helpful on that too. So, and then again, that's, no surprises sort of thing, but. And then the last thing is, which I think you already do, is you can go on down to the bottom, is, it's not signed. I thought this was one of them.
Oh, yeah, we sign it.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so again, this one, I haven't seen this in many, but that looks like it might have been needed for that district.
Sure.
If you can find the one that was Pullman.
Yep.
So I know we don't have time to dig into tonight, but I'm just trying to show you a little bit of why you might want to do it. And it's always good to review them annually or whenever you get a new board member as a way to introduce them to Paul and for the other four of you just to remember, like, oh yeah, this was here. Or you know what, we had this incident last year with the public at that one meeting. I think I'd like to address this because these are not just for you. It's a huge message to the public about how you're working together. And it's also, I view it as it's exemplar, meaning you're setting an example for the respect that you give to each other and working together to not just the public, but to your staff. Like, how do we respectfully disagree with each other and work together? So this one here, the whole thing This is it. There's meetings, decision-making, planning, morale. That's it. We're done. That's it. So my point on that is to show that it's unique to you. And if that works for Pullman, that works for Pullman. Nobody's gonna, like, you don't, yeah.
Often be the right street or.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, the French teacher helped them, but. But so I know it's 1 minute to 6, and I didn't even get through as much. I want to give you guys a chance to go. But yeah, so for next steps, I can follow up. I can give Aaron some more examples.
I've been on it for 6 years. These are the only ones I've ever seen.
And
Comparing with these.
I think it's time, yeah. And it's just time, like I said, told Aaron today that you have 3 options. You go, oh, I like them, and you leave them be. Or you go, just let's add 1 or 2 things, or out of here, we're doing new ones. Any of those 3 are fine decisions because you've had a discussion and you thought about it and you talked about it. So the point is, was it Eisenhower said plans are worthless, but planning is everything? And that's kind of the point here, having the discussion and reviewing it. Do you want to sign it? Do you want to review it? Is there something missing? And like the same thing when I said, who are you asking the question for? It's not just for you, it's for the public. And so then making that someplace that maybe they can, on the board page, that they can then see it. Yeah. So, yeah, I was going to go with like, do they work and are you using them as intended policy? Those are some questions. Aaron has this PowerPoint, which I did not obviously go through the whole thing. And we were going to go, I don't think there's a whole lot here, but what does the board need from the superintendent to be successful? And what does the superintendent need from the board and each other? And you guys are already like smooth sailing, but
it's good.
you won't
be if you don't do
this. You won't be if you don't continue to do this. And so having a check-in where you're intentional. Aaron, like, how's it going? Like, and back and forth. So, but I want to get you out by 6, sorry.
Yeah, we're okay. Yeah. If you can stay a few more minutes.
Yeah.
If there's any questions that you have.
Or how, a couple minutes to do the board operating principles. What I would suggest is I'll get Aaron some more copies. And then either at a little half-hour workshop, here's a good example of communications. You could send out, if I don't send too many, to them ahead of time, and you guys could look at them ahead of time to save time in the meeting. And you could say, be prepared. We've got 6 different examples. Be prepared, look at those ahead of time so we don't waste time at the meeting. And then when you come together, it could be even a half-hour meeting before a board. You could like, this is what I want to include, what I want to include, and 2 of you agree, okay, we'll take a shot at writing it, and we're going to take the notes and suggestions from people, and then at the next board meeting, you could bring back a draft, and then at that point, you could then maybe spend more time hashing through it. But that's a one way that works for doing it, if you don't want to go dig into like a workshop and all hands up and once.
I like that, yeah. I've already looked through, I'm like, oh, I already saw something with we did that. So.
Yeah.
So you will provide me.
I gave you
half a dozen,
some,
yeah,
and I'll
2.
give you more.
Yeah, great.
And I will give you some more, and I'll try to find some. And if you hear of one, or if you're a friend, like, look at the neighboring districts. Go look up Kansas. Go look up Vancouver. Look at the ones right around you, and see what they do. Because you can also learn from that too. And I've had some people go beyond that too, like if you're with a company or organization, they have values and virtues, and those are often our organization values are. So sometimes similar to operating protocol. So if you find something there that you really like too. But yeah.
Okay.
And just for again, a little clarification, the work session is essentially like a business meeting, but you don't have business.
You don't take final action.
Don't take final action.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're not both. You're learning, it's educational, you're discussing, you're brainstorming, but you're not voting on anything. So,
Post-COVID, we went to this system we're using now, which is one work session a month.
and one board,
business meeting
yeah.
a month. Is that?
That's totally, yeah, actually, I remember Yakima, their work session used to be at 7 a.m. on Friday morning. It's like, whoa, yeah, it worked for them. But, so those are posted, those are regular, those are regular and posted, so it's great. So technically, if you wanted to, you could put an agenda item on vote on it, but you don't. I mean, you keep them, yeah.
And we have before when we've, because we had some contracting with
Yeah,
some capital projects. And so we've
Yep.
done that multiple times in the spring because we had to.
we had to. So just don't make it a common practice,
right.
but we did too. I mean, you have to sometimes.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing like changing the agenda and putting something on and voting that's not on there.
Right.
You can. Don't make it the superintendent's contract, but you can, and you do. You get last minute resignations or hiring
Yeah.
or whatever. Yeah. So, and that's just, if you do that once in a blue moon, awesome. Because it is legal, but
So I
Yeah.
appreciate you sharing that, like the work sessions, districts do it a variety of ways. And so this is just how we do it, that it's the same time. It's a Tuesday, but not all boards do it that way.
no,
So-
we did two regular meetings. And some boards I've known at their work session, they actually have like a little consent agenda because of the same thing. They don't want to wait a whole month. But it's not really it's just a consent agenda. So it's vouchers and stuff like that. So you could do that too. Yeah.
And just,
And that's something like, Aaron, do you need that? Like for accounting purposes and for the business office, would this be helpful?
wouldn't you then have to have a public comment period for it because they're taking final action on the consent agenda?
I don't, well, you know what? I was gonna say no, but I think they have changed the law on that.
Yeah.
You might have
That's right.
to, but what, 5 minutes? You didn't have to, you used to do that. When I was on the board, you did not have to take public comment. It was an option.
Hmm.
But other than it wasn't the consent agenda though. I don't know, you might be right. It was on action items, yeah, but I don't know about the consent agenda.
So
might.
Patty has said to me, she can be available if we desire to have her return. You'll be in November, you'll be in Seattle at the.
Yeah, I will. I can meet with you there too.
Okay,
Yep, I've done that with
We're-
boards too, because it's like easier for me just to like sit down and like join you for lunch or whatever there too.
Thank you so much. Does anybody else have any questions that we missed or anything? Sorry, that's just the part, I guess.
Yeah.
Anybody else have a question?
Yeah. So, Aaron, did you give Paul, there was like, you're new to the board, big document from WSD?
not yet. no.
Okay, do you have it or do you know what I'm talking about?
I do not have it. I think I'll check with Corey.
Okay,
yeah.
there is a pretty good, okay, okay, they might have had something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, they had this is the board standards. I don't know if you got that
I
too.
have like a big binder, but.
They have one, it's like being a new board member and it's just kind of like Boardsman 101. And I still think it's pretty helpful. So if you can like,
Well, the
grab
website.
it is.
Ton of time on there. Looking forward to this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so we'll check. I'll check with her tomorrow and we'll see if.
That's all.
if that's
that
something
one
she-
document I just found super helpful and just, it was, yeah.
She's on the.
Okay.
Quick bio.
Yeah.
This town is just like-
Okay. Right there, I think when I walked in, yeah. Okay, good.
To see what, even if it's.
Okay, I will get more.
Supposed to be over by 9:30, but in.
Yeah, so a couple more examples.
Just decide.
Okay. Okay, I'll get some more OPs to you. Yeah, and I think that'd be good. Just like I said, the active conversation around it.
Yeah, so.
Right, it was Glenn. So when I came on, Gay was gone. And then Glennis came on.
We're out.
Yeah. And then, Glenn was, Glenn Gilbert,
Gilbert.
he was not there too long. We had him.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. No,
Glennis was in charge of the
So
division.
one of the,
yes.
one other wish group did on the team.
We're just.
Well, I'm like,
Development
so
clubs
she was
here.
good enough to agree to like.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't think it was like her here. It was like.
Yes.
Oh, and well, you're safe.
Yeah.
And she was like, well, just tell the school that I'll be on them up.
Yeah.
And that, yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, okay. So, so.
We, as a pastor, you want me to support politics, that's what I want.
It's fun because.
Business, humanship.
Well, no, she was all like first.
Respect for you. So I got your opponent and you
Like,
start grandpa.
Back to the like,
Oh,
wow, except for. Her kid is.
So I
Want me
shoot
to-
it, goes in.
Oh, God. What did?
I
I don't know, it could be fun, but
But she's like, we're holding the buses. Oh, Jesus. Bristol said like 5 minutes ago, and they were holding the buses. She's like, what do you want me to do?
We
They're
drove
all like.
of course.
Like, oh my God, I guess you can send them on the bus.
Trust it?
So I was back.
Oh, to you.
She was like.
Well, what I really was let's do it. That's a little thing.
Yeah.
And
With some other kid.
you're doing.
Apparently, yeah.
Doing.
Anyway.
With parents' support, parent approval.
There's so many, there's.
But I'm assuming if my kid is going somewhere,
That's where the.
my kid is attached to him, he will make it work. I was like.
And right
I'm gonna
now,
tell
the
this
dirt
bus
is off.
driver.
Yeah. Just thinking, oh, that's different. We had the opposite where my kids are always parent pickup.
And I'm with his friends.
But no, and I must have missed the communication of like, before school starts, you need to let them, school know that they're parent pickup, because
Well.
we just kind of have a standing, like, they've always been parent pickup, they was just sweet. And Addison's teacher got in trouble. She kept telling me I had to go to the bus, and I said, no, you need to make a phone call, I don't ride the bus. She just kept arguing with me, and I just sat down. And I was like, to the bus. She's like, I just sat down, I knew where I was supposed to be, so I just sat down and waited until.
It can be pointed out, but so.
I have a meeting with her teacher on Friday, because we didn't get to meet before school, and I'm sure.
Well, I did, I'm glad I said something to the.
I mean, dude, we're not raising. We're not raising a weak loved one, and as long as we can survive the next 10 years, it will pay off. But and there's days where I'm just like.
It just so happens.
Hi, lady, how are you? Good. Did you get a little snack too?
I ran home.
Where people learn to respect.
Yeah, so you'll.
I think we're just mingling.
Where's the? Not everyone.
I know, I'm like,
Mm-hmm. Respect your opponents.
so unless steals that seat
If
and.
you're sitting on the
Mhm.
opponent of that game on Sunday. Now, where do you learn that?
You want to eat before you go?
And this guy goes out.
I think it's the Eagles Cowboys game maybe.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Here's the garbage bag.
Very
Very important.
Well, yeah. But you wanted to do that, husband just cut from the laser.
And some of the questions tonight, like I said, check with.
There you go.
Yeah, we, yes, Leslie will discuss that and then. And those three.
Now, one
Really
about
hopeful
the,
they're gonna have to be.
the committees of the
Yeah.
board, he's huge and they still, but I don't.
Wow. Wow.
Because we want the public involved, I just.
And it's an
You
app,
know, here, it's not,
I didn't know.
you know,
Normally it's.
because
Well,
I
not so.
know, we gotta figure
it's
it out.
not
So
the
I just
people.
listened to a baseball, an old
Yeah.
baseball. player
So that's
came
where
out
my-
and realized.
Well, and I thought that like, got programs to like know about. That's.
Well,
Is
think the last
professional,
one,
is working.
I think the last one.
Professional.
Right.
And I
Yeah,
never.
and so that was what.
The pros were, minors, if you like. But there's a lot of. jobs that
Right?
aren't
Not a regular hour.
professional.
Yeah.
Then it's gonna break
Yeah,
your heart.
and that's where you really have, that's just so. Because that can be critical, that can be.
Go to school.
Yeah.
Because
You-
mistakes happen,
Yeah.
but if the other
But that's
person
the-
takes it personally and it's not, you know.
Football, baseball,
that's
and-
grace.
Well, and
Mistakes
also-
happen,
Then it's
and you should
track.
have.
Being blindsided is never cool.
It's not, and it's also.
Yeah.
Understanding to the person
We're going to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, first up, we have our board and superintendent update.
Yes, so typically you've started with the far left.
Yeah.
If you want to,
That
but you can also
I
start
was
with,
taking turns.
yes.
Well, since you know, I'm still drinking from the fire hose over here, but definitely loved our little session was earlier on. Learning a lot more about boards and superintendent roles and responsibilities. What's on my mind, obviously, we just got through the first week of back to school. And now we're in our second kind of full week, but a couple things that I wouldn't mind having a discussion about, and let's see Congress is over there, but there's been some changes in like electronics policies. So obviously the cell phones and then headphones and earbuds stuff, which I think we're doing a pretty good job of that. But the one question that I had was, there's recently a change in some of the junior highs about the Chromebooks and the ability for students to take them home.
Yeah.
So there's this whole kind of check in and check out procedure. And not really a statement or anything, ever more of a question of like, how do we feel that's going so far? I know it's only been a little bit of time, but like students liking it, the teachers liking it, is check in, check out working? Are we getting all the batteries charged? Are we losing learning opportunities by not having access as we move to a very electronic heavy kind of instructional?
Yeah.
So just kind of an open question.
Okay. Same as everyone else here, right? Back to school weeks. My kids are incredibly excited. I've also been excited. I've already been able to meet one-on-one with one of their teachers and the other's been really available. I will say already this year, I've seen a shift of more proactive communication coming home. So like my kiddos' teachers are sitting home a little sheet that's got their test scores that they did in class and where they had successes and where maybe they struggled. And that's new. I haven't seen it before. And as a parent who's expressed like wanting that transparency, it really goes a long way. And so it was nice to see.
Awesome. Jim.
I'm just excited to see kids back in school. All the pocket parks around Washington are open for community members again. That's a joke. And I don't really have anything I have something I'd like to revisit on the agenda at some point in our budget adoption. I don't know if this is the right place to put that out. But I would like to see us amend our budget adoption policy to include the budget hearing, the first meeting of August. That gives us 2 weeks before we actually vote to adopt the budget. And the last several years, it's kind of come to us at the last meeting of August with the September 1st deadline. And I think it would be valuable to have those couple of weeks to actually get through it and consider it and get questions answered before the deadline. But that's it.
All right, thanks, Jim. Ida.
I think the only thing I'll note, so I did read an article today that national test scores have been released and it's the lowest math scores, I want to say on record.
Yeah.
So nationally, we're just as a country not doing very well. So I think as we start the year, I have renewed focus on how Washougal is doing and how we might stand out from that trend and what we can do to sort of support that. But yeah, it wasn't really a great thing to read.
I saw that too, and that's scary.
Yeah.
That's scary. So definitely want to see what we can do as the community and as a board and work with teachers and whatnot to see what we can do. Yeah. Start a trend. I just want to say I'm excited about this year. This is my first year that I have a child in high school, and I love along the communication line, all of the teachers that I'm being copied with information that goes to my son and then also to me. I'm a very involved parent, obviously, and so it's really cool to see how much information the parents are still getting and keeping us updated. So it sounds like it's off to a good year.
Great, thank you. All right, so just a couple thoughts before I go to the items I had identified. So the cell phone expectations and yeah, I think next level of those expectations have been communicated. So I appreciate you bringing that up. And then the Chromebook check in, check out, and then we have Chromebook cards in the middle school. So thanks for bringing that up, and we'll discuss that. And I'll follow up with our principals. We certainly can find out. As you pointed out, it's pretty early. But now, I mean, we're into our second week. We'll see. You know, and give you some context to the decision. And we now have these Chromebook cards, which didn't before have. And so just kind of follow up with more information, and then how's it going? So thank you for bringing that up. I'm glad to hear that you're noticing this communication that's happening, and that this transparency it's proactive communication. So thanks for mentioning that. The budget adoption, so that came up, I think, at our the last two board meetings, I think we talked about, or certainly the last one. So definitely, Lisa and I have talked about that and making sure that you have information sooner to make that decision. So definitely we'll plan on that for this next year.
Okay,
Definitely.
can I add one more?
Yeah, of course.
Sorry to interrupt. It would also be valuable to have the big picture budget items presented in thousands rather than to the penny. Because just in terms of presenting information, if a page is full of numbers, only a few of which are significant, the significant ones get kind of lost in the haze of all those digits.
Yep, we'll follow up with her on that.
I think it's a big enough organization that at our level, some of us might care about each penny, but thousands is a good kind of base level.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. And then as far as the test scores, state test scores, national test scores, we will certainly be having more conversations about that. Okay, so I have a few items. I don't have a presentation for you, so I'm just going to share with you what I've identified. So when we think about the strategic plan and the process that we followed, and we've talked a lot about that, and Les and I were part of several meetings with staff, with students, with community members, booster groups, and what we heard, and we developed our plan based off the feedback that we received. We've also made some adjustments. So a couple of adjustments that I just want to point out. So we now have a 0.6 school counselor at Canyon Creek, which we did not have last year. Going into this year, we made that adjustment. Actually, we made that adjustment in August. So feel good about that decision to invest in a 0.6 counselors. That's a 0.6, 0.6 being 0.6 of versus a 1.0, which would be 5 days a week during school hours, regular contracts. This is 0.6, so it's a portion of that. This person is there in the mornings and then leaves Canyon Creek and is a 0.4 science teacher at the high school. So here's where we have a person who's in two buildings, transitions every day, is 1.0 on a full-time contract. And the beauty of that is we're not paying benefits for two people. This person's able to do this. It is a challenging schedule. We're thrilled that we have this situation. At least I am. I'm glad that we have a 0.6 school counselor, and then we have 0.4 at science at the high school. So it works, meets the expectations, the CBA, the collective bargaining agreement. So that's all good. We added a mental health therapist at Jump to Guard. So that's a individual that's on contract with ESD 112. This is a relatively new position for them.
Is it full time?
It's full time, yeah. So in full time for this position, a classified position, is not the same as a full time certificated individual. But when the kids are there, and this individual, it's 4 days a week, and so it's Monday through Thursday. And so I've already heard Mr. Cook talking about how this individual has supported individual students, and this individual will have a caseload of students, and there's a recommended caseload. And so working directly with the team there, which would be the counselor, the building administrators, CMAR counselors. So in establishing the caseload, this individual can also do small groups, can also interact with the entire student body at different times. So looking forward to seeing the impact of that position, the person doing it. We have a 0.6 dean of students at Columbia River Gorge. So one of the things we heard about behavior and supporting student behavior is, how do we increase that support? And so our largest elementary school has a 0.6 dean of students. And that individual also has a 0.4 caseload or caseload. It's not a full-time caseload, but for resource. So a resource program. Later on this year, we will present to you information about our special education programs and give you a better context to what are all of the programs that we have here in our buildings, as well as if we support students in other parts of the state of Washington or even off out of the state. So Karen, we provided some context to that in the future presentation.
So what is a dean of students?
Great. So a dean of students is, and there is a job description specifically to this certificated position. So it's certificated, so it's not a classified individual. And this individual is supporting student behavior. And so working closely with the principal, working closely with the counselor, and supporting student behavior. And so probably I can provide some context in a future meeting on how that's going, and probably even share with you like what that job description looks like. But the main purpose of the dean of students is to support individual students. In some cases, could do also small groups, and so helping support classroom teachers with student behavior. Anything else you want to add to that?
We structured it with the principal to not be like a person that's walking through the hallway, just kind of like monitoring. They're set up in a classroom. There's structure, and that students know that they can go there for breaks, for instruction, for support. So there's identified students that they're working with. So less of like a call for an emergency, more of a proactive approach to providing an additional level of space support behavior in the building with a dedicated person.
And that's different than what has been done.
Right, so yeah, so what we have,
That's what I was
at our other 3 elementary schools, we have a student support and health room assistant. So health room and student support, it's a classified position that is based out of the main office, but then supports students when there's a variety of ways that they get notified. Right. And then we also have at the high school 2 security staff members who are, as Connor was describing, moving around the high school and encouraging students to find their way to classrooms if they're not in classrooms. So those are like, there's 3 examples of supporting student behavior. We also, our administrators as well support student behavior, our counselors in various ways support. So, I'm looking forward to seeing the impact of those positions and those investments in supporting students and supporting staff. We've added a 1st grade dual language. So if you remember, 2 years ago, we made a decision to not add a kindergarten with dual language. So we paused based on our financial condition. So this year, coming to this year, we decided we surveyed families or posted a survey to see who was interested. And so in a similar way with dual language, and we had some families say 1st grade, more families said kindergarten. We felt like we could add a kindergarten based on the interest, based on the numbers, but didn't feel like we could add 2. It's also challenging with dual language because it's a different level of certification. So there aren't as many dual language teachers as there are ELA and elementary teachers that are certified. So we were going to add a kindergarten, meaning we had a pause. That pause continued with 1st grade. There were some families that were very frustrated with that decision. And so it just so happened that we had a staff member who was dual language certified, had been our teacher, was taking leave. That leave didn't need to happen in essence, so rescinded that leave. So we had an opportunity. So we then again reached out to families and made a decision to add 1st grade. So we've added not only kindergarten, but a 1st grade. So when you think about the impact of that decision 2 years ago, when we made it because of our financial situation, and now in essence restoring the dual language program that we have a commitment to and we're investing in. So I feel really good about that decision, because now the following year we'll add a 5th grade, And then that will, in essence, be K-5, a dual language program. We'll also need to then be working on what happens in the middle school and what happens in high school.
Yeah.
Or not. I mean, isn't part of the goal of this to help our English learners be confident in their English language skills, they can join the rest of.
As well as having individuals participate through this and be bilingual.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess for me, a K-5 dual language is a very different thing than thinking about extending that for another 7 years and the cost of.
Yeah. So certainly that decision and us looking and analyzing the situation and thinking long term. Kind of something that we've talked about quite a bit is like, how do we plan for long term? And so what would that look like? So.
And do we have any data about how effective our dual language program is in getting our English learners up to speed?
Well, maybe
Is
just
that
to
the-
clarify,
Yes.
the dual language program is focused on biliteracy, right? So
Right.
being fluent in 2 languages.
Yes.
Our multilingual support program, which is separate, is around getting students proficient in English, right?
Right.
And so that's tied to their WSD scores, and so that's what we kind of like
Right.
assess if a student has a different language other than English that's spoken at home, their language proficiency in English, and then we track that score as we're providing English language support. But a student in the dual language program could also receive multilingual support from a EL specialist.
Yes. And
But
I guess aren't most of those Spanish speakers in the dual language as well as the support? Or are they just thrown in the regular classroom, English classroom, and
It's parent choice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because my
It is.
understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that most of the kids in the dual language program are actually primarily English speaking at home.
Yeah.
That their parents have chosen to put them in the Spanish immersion so that they
Yes.
become, so you've actually got the majority are English speaking.
Right.
trying to find a balance, right, between families that want their students to be illiterate, and also we have Spanish speaking families that the benefit to receiving their child receiving education in Spanish primarily, and those students are also models of Spanish fluency to the students that are learning Spanish.
no, that's where I've seen it work great, where there's
Yeah.
Spanish speaking kids in the dual language program.
Yeah.
But we still have the problem of our English language learners doing more poorly on their test scores, which indicates they're not necessarily getting up to speed to be competing with their classmates that were English speaking from the start. Anyways,
So we continue to look at disaggregate our data and search for ways to better support all of our students. And as Connor mentioned, we have students who qualify for language support.
language support. Right?
Yeah, and we have funds that provide staffing for that, and as well as other curriculum choices. So I guess back to the big idea is dual language, and the decision was helpful when I could speak to families that were most impacted by that decision. Right, the impact of making that decision 2 years ago on families who have a student who's maybe a 3rd grade or 4th grade dual language class and now a kindergartner, and so very challenging for a family.
Yes.
Last one is, and we're working on, is we have 3 split or combination classrooms. So we have a 4 or 5 at GAZ that we're looking at and splitting that based on the enrollment. And so we don't know necessarily until school starts whether what those numbers are going to look like. So we have large numbers at GAZ, and so we're looking at that 4 or 5 combo, and can we make a different decision?
Okay, so
And so-
separating them.
Separating it and then having two 4th grades and 2 5th grades versus a 4th grade, a 5th grade, and then
Is that the only
Combination.
school right now that we have split?
no, we have 3 total splits.
Okay.
And that's so there's CRG, it's GAZ, and then
2 of right now.
one at CRG.
CRG, okay.
Yeah. And then our enrollment.
That's good though, because that means we have more enrollment.
It is, so that is a great, just a great situation to have. Yes, and so us being able to make that decision at this point and not waiting too much longer, but knowing after a week that those, you know, the students are consistently gonna be there and the rosters are set.
So how did, not, sorry to go, but
Yeah.
how did that work last year? Having the dual
I mean, to have combos.
combo class?
Yeah, so I think, you know, how did it go? So we did, we had some, as the year started, we had more at the beginning than at the end because we
Yeah.
looked at our K3 enhancement dollars and we realized we were gonna be losing dollars. So we undid a couple of those, but I think the ones that remained, I think we're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that it is, with this particular situation at Gauze, it's a combination of the split class is really large. And so by contract, we're supposed to have that split class be lower numbers than what's the set number of the
Right.
cap. And then the other two were quite large. So that's why the circumstances have to be such that, like, in this case, it was all three of them are very large. And when we have large and then if someone's an overload, they can have a classified staff member support, so a para, which then we're incurring expenses with that staff member.
When we say large, what numbers are we talking roughly?
I think it was
And then the combo was close to like 26, where it should be
Yeah.
much closer to like 23.
yeah, 4 over the cap. Yeah, okay. And then the last thing is our enrollment has come in higher than we projected. We still have declining enrollment. But similar to last year, it's higher than we thought it was going to be. So we feel good about that. And so that, what's the cause? What's happening is it in how we predict these numbers as we're rolling students forward. The kindergarten continues to be the most one of the challenging classes to determine what's going to be the number. So again, we feel good about being over about 63 FTE over at this point. Our TK students, so we believe we have 80 students, so 4 TK, 20 in each one of those. So if they come back as tomorrow, they start Friday. TK 22nd. Okay, so the 22nd we'll be starting to count our TK will be in class. So looking forward to them arriving, our kindergarten
they're so cute.
students, and yeah, so that's good news as far as enrollment.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, is that it for everybody?
Yeah. I
Okay.
think our air has stopped.
Oh.
Julie, if she could just check.
We need to start doing the nod. All right. Next up, we've got executive responsibility 1, which is the global executive.
Yes.
Right.
Yep. So you received this, I believe, in the board packet. So this particular ER, so it's our first ERs, and Paul and I had a chance to talk about executive responsibilities, and they aren't organized numerically in how we present them. But so this particular one is how I communicate with the board. It's about the image of the district, our practices, and credibility with our community. And so, interesting how our 2 hours with, Patty sharing with us the roles and responsibilities. And then we spent a lot of time talking about communication. And so how I communicate with the board and let you know through board meetings and my opportunity to share with you what's going on through email communication, through phone calls, through a weekly communication, just making sure that you are updated with what is happening, that there aren't surprises for you. And then I think it works both ways. If you have a situation you want to communicate with me and let me know, whether it's a concern or a complaint, that we have a process that we follow. So any questions or thoughts about this
I
particular?
really appreciate the organizational chart part of that, because that's really helpful for us to see kind of, I feel like, because you guys have gotten pretty slim down here, so it's kind of good to see who does what and who is under who and all that kind of stuff. So I appreciate that.
Yes. Yeah. So is there any questions about the executive team and how we are organized? So just, so myself, we have 2 executive directors, Les and Connor, and then Shalise and Corey attends those meetings, and we meet every Monday and usually to set up the week. And so, I appreciate their involvement, and just as you've taken advantage of Connor's location here, like it's really important that they attend majority of these meetings when there are questions or additional context that are needed. It's helpful, and I rely on them heavily at board meetings as well as in the responsibilities they have. So no questions about how that we're set up with the executive responsibilities or with this particular chart? No. Okay, so that will be available on our website, so anyone in the world can see how we're organized.
Yes. Pretty slim. All right, next up, we've got our executive responsibility 2, which is our emergency superintendent succession.
Right, so if there would be a situation where I am not available, and so the way we have it organized is Les Brown will be in the role. And so we've identified the action plan that exists if that were to be the case. And so I have a lot of confidence in Les. He's not only has he been here a long time, but he's been a part of the leadership team at district office for I don't know if it's 15 years. Probably, yeah.
He's like, let's not talk.
Yeah, for a long time. So and that knowing the inner workings of the district, the relationship he has with our labor partners, with clearly the executive team and majority of the staff. So it seems like clearly that he's the one to be in that role if I'm not available. So any questions about that? Okay.
Will that be on the site too? So that way people, if they have questions about who does what type of a thing too?
So on our website will be, each person's responsibilities.
Just so.
Yeah, I don't know that we'll reference if I'm out.
Gotcha, but it has their information.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, and then go ahead.
Oh, just on, the chart with all the duties. As Sadie mentioned, it is getting really slim. So I guess I just wanted to point out, I know we always get public feedback that we, shouldn't fund the administration, but there are repercussions for that. I feel like there's only 3 people now on your executive team.
Yeah.
And the list of duties, it's insane. I don't know how you're not bald, but I just, it seems like
That's great. I'm a lot closer than they are. So thank you for bringing that up.
but also, it also, I'm assuming, is pushing things out to the principal.
Yeah. So let me just address that really quickly. So when we look at the executive team and how it's arranged, and we're still in the process of working through is Shalice in her role, and Shalice saying, there's some other things that I can accept and take on as far as in this capacity. So we are still working through this. Not that it's this document that's ever changing and very dynamic, but we are still working through your point. When someone leaves the organization that's in a leadership role or any role, like establishing like what exactly were all those things that they were doing. We're in the process of looking at essential functions really for all of our positions and determining who's responsible for those things that are certainly required. And then you prioritize from there. So we're in the process of completing that and updating this particular document. But there is one example where on Mondays when the executive team meets, and after that we have a personnel meeting. And there's a number of us that are there because Les supports the classified staff in a way where he works directly with that leadership team. Connor works with our certificated staff. I'm identified as certificated and classified staff services, but then part of that is me overseeing their roles. And so we also want to be careful not to have too much overlap in those responsibilities. It's just not efficient. I appreciate what you're saying also, like at what point, right, are we not able to manage? And that's why I'll be communicating with you. We'll get to that point. We meet frequently. And with the district office staff, which is similar, we've reduced our district office staff. So making sure we're communicating, and we're doing the same thing that I just shared regarding these essential functions and who's responsible for these compliance pieces and the work that needs to get done with all the positions here at district office. We're also doing it within our buildings. We sat down numerous times with our building administrators and said, because we're reducing staff, support staff at district office, you may be picking up some of these responsibilities. So in the spring, we worked directly with them to say, here are some of the responsibilities that we're thinking. And it doesn't happen overnight where that you just identify, because within each responsibility, there's context. So what does that mean? What's the time commitment?
Right.
How am I gonna be able to do that? So we're now working through some of those decisions with our building administrators who have taken on additional duties, which are identified in the next sheet, which is how the leadership team is organized. So compared this year to last year, there'll be some additional responsibilities for building administrators. And they were aware of that in the spring. We've been working through that. We talked more in August about that, and we are open to, again, having more conversation if we realize that's not manageable. Is that? I know you were just making a statement, you weren't asking a question, but.
Well, I was kind of interested in understanding like at what point you just, you can't
Right.
do it
Take it all.
anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, and to your point is, like, we heard the feedback. We've seen it in survey results consistently. So we have clearly made adjustments, not only across the entire system, but specifically also in this building and the leadership team. So
And Tracy's role was not replaced.
Tracy's role was not replaced. That's correct. So yeah, Connor picked up a large part of the teaching and learning. So educational services is really what he's overseeing. Yeah. And then the organizational chart of the leadership team is also going to be identified on our website. So people, if they have any questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or if we're asked, it's
Yes.
good.
Yep, you're asked, exactly.
We have somewhere to go.
Yep.
Thank you. All right, next up, is that it for that? Sorry, guys. All right. Next up, we've got the 2025-26 board and superintendent goals review and discussion.
Yes, so if you were to look at last year's goals, the board identified, we had guiding pillars, identified effective instruction and stewardship of resources. So 2 of the 6, and then consistently, I think the decision was to choose 2 to focus on. I think maybe one year was 3. The last 2 years, I think it's been 2 of these guiding pillars. And then the interim superintendent's goals, those standards are connected to my evaluation. So I have a handout I want to share with you, just as a draft to look at. I know I'm springing this on you right now. We can look this over, have some discussion about goals, and then look to maybe make some edits to this.
The goal of adopting it the next meeting, is that?
That would be the idea, but it's not
Necessary.
not necessary. We don't necessarily have to do that. So just a reminder, we have a new strategic plan. I've identified that the vision and the mission of our strategic plan, and then those strategic plan goals, I think are important. As I shared previously, we are in a process of, on our website, updating the metrics that we've identified, providing more context to the one pager that we have. And then also each year, what are we going to do? So we're still in the process of looking at, like, what are we doing this year as far as this first year, and really the implementation of this 6-year strategic plan.
Right.
So I think it's always important to keep those 3 goals identified and visible for us. Then getting into the school board's goals. And this is where I think these are your goals.
Right.
So I just thought, thinking about what you might be interested in doing, but also knowing that you're gonna let me know what you want to do. So the idea of implementing the strategic plan. I think that's important that we look at, and what this does not include is, like, what are those phases of implementing a 6-year plan? So that, maybe that one of your feedback could be like, maybe we need to introduce, what does that look like as we implement this? Like, what is our role and responsibility as the board in implementing? Yeah. So that's goal one. And then a part of the strategic plan, again, are these metrics that we've identified under each goal and presenting in the ends report, the result each year in those specific areas of data points that we've identified. And if there's a point where you want to see more information or different data, that's something that we can incorporate. Then the second goal is this idea of these work groups, these advisory groups that we talked about a little bit earlier today. Like what do those work groups look like? What was expressed at the last board meeting? Like what specifically, if we have a work group, what exactly is that work group going to be doing? What's the purpose of that work group? Who's on that work group? How did we settle on who's participating? Is it open? Is it open to anyone who wants to participate? Are we posting those as meetings and
Right.
anyone can
How
attend
do we
those
do this?
meetings?
Yeah.
So it's not an exclusive group, it's an inclusive group. But what's the purpose of that meeting? And so the scope of that work with bumpers established for these groups. And there's a number of work groups that we've kind of kicked around. I think we're going to discuss later on in this meeting, like, and that doesn't mean that just because I've identified a few in this, that's all of them. And I know that other districts have advisory groups, and we heard about one at Kelso that meets on a regular basis and advises the board and the superintendent. And then if you flip it over, are my goals. And I want to continue to have my goals be connected to my framework. It's a WSD framework. And so, the timing of this could be something that we move into that's closer to my evaluation, which is done in June. And so it's not, in September that we're talking about these goals, and maybe it's closer to when the evaluation is done. And then it's soon after that's established, like what are the goals for next year, which would really help me in planning like throughout the summer when I'm working on. But I've been thinking about like, what do I want to focus on? What feedback have I received, not only from you, but also each one of our labor partners and individuals that share with me their feedback, whether I ask for it or not. So sometimes I get unsolicited feedback, and then sometimes I ask for, please tell me, how are we doing? Okay.
I like goal number 5. Aggressive.
Yes. Yeah, when we've talked about, and we've talked consistently about our math scores. We've talked about not seeing growth in all areas, isolated growth with different grade levels, different buildings. We talked about high cap. We've talked specifically about high cap, and we want to see improvement, enhancement with the experiences that our students who are qualified for high cap, maybe increasing the number of students that are in high cap. So yeah, there's some work that needs to be done, like based on what I'm hearing from you, areas that you're focusing on. And I know that you're hearing it from individuals that you're representing. Yeah. And we also heard through our strategic planning meetings, areas that we can improve on and prioritize.
I know we've discussed it in the past and the importance of PLCs, but just as a parent who has to every Wednesday completely redo my schedule, there is an impact to that. And I don't know what that cost benefit breakdown is, but we're putting the onus on every single parent in this district at time. And I don't know how you decide yes or no, it's worth it. I know that I keep hearing, oh, it's worth it, it's worth it. But as a parent looking at these test scores, I'm like, is it? I don't know. I don't know the answer.
Yeah.
But
right.
I think
Yeah, so the answer
would be the best.
Well,
right.
The teachers are gonna want it, right? Because that's time out of their schedule. Teachers are always gonna want it. And it's an important voice, but it's not the only voice, I guess is what I'm saying.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And just I want to add a little bit of context. So we have been meeting, and I think it's been probably consistently 40 minutes on Wednesdays as a district for probably close to 20 years. And I'll get the exact number, but I think it's been several years that we've been doing this. And I appreciate you sharing the impact of families on this schedule, and really any schedule where it's different, where we deviate, and 8 times a year, we have early release for conferences.
I know.
So there's those 8, and then there are some other days where where the last day of school. So anytime where we deviate from that set schedule. And so, yes, I believe that our teachers would say, having time each week to meet in teams and to focus on, and follow this framework is helpful. To your point, is it resulting in change in
Results.
Outcome.
and growth? And can we tie it directly to that? Or is it like other things? It's complex. It's more complex than that. That the 4 days of training that we do in August, does that have an impact on how the start of the year goes and the learning that happens, professional learning that happens during those 4 days? Does that help? Along with this opportunity to collaborate consistently. And, does the research show that having consistent time to collaborate impacts student learning? Probably depends on the research. So I do appreciate you sharing this. It's a part of our collective bargaining agreement
I know.
that we have
yeah.
language, just as a side, that we, as far as like the decision. And did we years ago ask our families? And again, this has been a long time that we've been doing this. So it doesn't mean that, yeah, thank you. So that's a great point, that prior to it being just 40 minutes at elementary, it was a half day.
Oh, my God.
Because that's where there was, that was a time for their, by contract, we were meeting the time that they needed as individuals. So planning time.
I think from my view, I struggle to correlate when we say attendance and time in the classroom is so critical. And at the same time, when I compare to, and I understand it's in our bargaining agreement, but I compare to like schools that go to school from 8 to 3. So our kids are missing out on a half an hour every day of activity time and then another 45 minutes on Wednesdays. And I think I did the math when I first came to this district and emailed you like, oh, my kids get 18 days of fewer school here because of the way it's set up. So I think there is something worth looking into there to at least potentially explore. Understanding that we are locked in a collective bargaining agreement and that our neighbors do it, and it would be a very hard change. But it does make me wonder, like 18 days over the course of 12 years in school, like that's not an insignificant number.
What's that compared to, like many other states or?
Other states, and even in Washington, you've got, if you go north, they have different, like, cause it depends on the area, and it does seem like regions do things similarly, so it's not just us, it's like all our neighbors do this. But there's quite a few that have
different, and different schedules too. I mean, there's track schedules, there's, all these different schedules too.
There's 4 days a week, there's,
but I think as we keep seeing the test scores
that,
go down, we've got to look at everything.
And adding to your point, on like nationally.
Yeah, it's a national trend.
Yeah,
for sure.
So you throw a couple, like 5 and 10% growth. That's huge. I mean, I am all for it. Like, but let's make some big moves on scores, right? So I was just wondering, I guess my question would be like, where did you come up with those 2 numbers?
Somewhat arbitrary in establishing, we want to make incremental increases in growth.
Yeah.
And so, and this is a draft.
Double check the date.
To that.
There's
a huge fan of incremental growth, right? Because you look at like all of our targets are at 100% and we're sitting at 43.
Yeah.
Like, how about we have a target of 46? And then 51, like, so thinking about it that way. So I like seeing small growth numbers like that.
Achievable.
Yeah.
So high expectations for our students, high expectations for our staff, high expectations for me in delivering. And, again, we're looking at nationally what's happening. But what I think, who mentioned, like, what, can we be different? Can we highlight, what are we doing? We are Washougal. Can we highlight what we are doing to impact change and growth?
And then hopefully prove that what we're doing is making a difference.
Be the trendsetters.
Yes. But how do we do that?
Okay, so this is a draft. Your thoughts on the board goals? And maybe what we can do is you can send me individually your thoughts. And then what I will do is based on your individual thoughts, I can start developing revisions to what we have here.
I mean, initial is, I think they're solid, and when you, especially when I look at goal number 2 and what Ida just mentioned about how thin the staff here has gotten, like, I don't know that we have a choice to continue to support like new ideas and growth in the school, just relying on the handful of employees in this office without other people stepping in to help support that.
Yeah.
Like, you're spread too thin. Some will have to drop.
So we just need to know how to organize these said groups.
And we'll talk more about it. The impact we're seeing with individuals, partnerships.
Yep.
We have so many amazing partnerships, individual families that contribute all sorts of time, resources to improving the experience for our students. So I think that's the idea, plus the expertise that we have in this community. Yeah.
For sure.
Okay, so you're good with sending me your thoughts, and I'll collect those thoughts and continue our dialogue at our next meeting.
So by next meeting, you'd like those?
Yeah, I mean, if the sooner the better would be great.
All right, is any more questions on that? All right, we are moving on to policy 3241, student discipline, which is our first meeting on this one.
Yeah, operating
Oh, sorry.
principles.
Yep,
Yeah.
just kidding, 2025.
Yes.
Providing the script.
Yep.
Board
So-
and superintendent operating.
Yep, so this particular document, and so just continuing what we've earlier been discussing.
Oh, yeah.
So this document identifies really the roles and responsibilities of the board and the superintendent, how we interact, how you receive concerns, complaints, feedback, what you do with that information when it comes from the community. We have specific policies for a complaint against a staff member, complaint against a program, when someone's looking for resolution of a complaint. So we have policies that identify what our practice is. This is just, I think this document I appreciate is somewhat more concise. We have a lot of policies that we're required to know. This boils it down to a couple pages, specifically around how we interact, what the expectations are of me, as well as yourselves. So I appreciate the reference to policies in here. I think the idea being moving forward this is if we get some examples of other districts in a similar way with the goals, if you, I'll share those with you and you can share with me if there are some other examples, I won't call them models, but other examples of districts operating principles that you would like to edit this document and make some revisions, then I could have a draft version of those revisions. Like, this is not something that we have to approve, that you have to approve with the next board meeting.
Okay,
That we can have some time
to look it over.
to look it over.
Yeah.
If we want to create a document that's updated and maybe more relevant to the things that you're concerned about.
Yeah.
I like that.
I think having some time to look at examples from other districts will be valuable.
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
continue it even as a discussion item.
Yes.
Yep. All right, now we're ready for policy 3241, student discipline. Let's have our first reading on this.
Yes, so we have at our last board meeting, you approved a policy that was brand new. Or excuse me, so let me take it back. I presented to you a policy, the student devices, a policy that's brand new. We also revised a policy where you saw clearly what the recommendation was in striking some language out and adding new language. This is another way that when we look at policy, there are substantial revisions in the student discipline policy. We started it down this process last year, probably about this time, with student discipline. And then it was recommended to us to pause on adopting or revising the policy because OSBI and legislature was still working through and the student discipline policy. So that continued. There were multiple revisions. So this now is the most updated student discipline policy. Instead of giving you our current policy with all the strikeouts, there were so many revisions that we went with this practice of here's what ours is currently. Here's the new revised version. So substantial changes in the student discipline policy. our council recommended go with this model policy. But there was one revision that we made, which it referenced the policy that we currently don't have. It's not a required policy.
Yep.
But it's a policy that again, we don't have, and I didn't think it was necessary based on council to add that policy in order to be able to revise this policy. So you've had a chance, I think a little bit of time to review it.
Yeah.
We have more time to go through, in details. I did not include the procedure, which there's gonna be some work to revise the procedure as we, as Patty shared with us. We have the policy, which is the what, and the how is the procedure. And there's some decisions to be made with the procedure that I would share with you. When I make those decisions, how much was revised from the model procedure. Typically with procedure, we have to make it our own, so it needs to be our specific information. And then there's some decisions on, like, is there a discipline matrix? What does that matrix look like? So some things that I've got to work through it too.
I think it'd be valuable if before we adopt a new policy on student discipline, that we get the information out that we're going to revise student discipline policy. This is a topic that impacts a larger number of families than maybe it could, but it does impact a large number of families. And I would feel bad if we adopt a policy and then hear about something we overlooked or was overlooked or something in the form of irate parents who disagree with the new policy. So that's my only request.
Gotcha.
Somehow we get it out on the web and let people know there's going to be a revision in student discipline policy at Washougal.
Here's what's proposed.
Here's the proposal. Here's your time to comment at a board meeting. I mean, it's on the agenda, but
No, exactly. I guess that's
it kind of slips through if,
I guess that's the point of having open public meetings.
right,
Having an agenda that's
Right.
posted.
right.
Here's the opportunity. So the wonder is like, yeah, and the impact on the people, are they on our website? Are they interested in being a part of these?
Even looking at it, right.
I think to Jim's point on something that's bigger and is gonna touch everybody probably more, it's worth maybe doing a little extra
It's just a big change.
Right.
push out versus some of the other policies, which are minor tweaks and maybe only impact it,
And I would piggyback on that, because if you read the old policy and you read the new policy, the big thing that pops up to me is that the language around parents and parents' rights really shifts.
Yeah.
And I know there's a lot going on in the state legislature, and Aaron, we talked about this too. The procedure really documents it really well, but the policy doesn't. So, and it kind of piggybacks on there that we're talking about. Hey, this does impact more than just a policy and a procedure. It's about parents and students and parents' rights when it comes to students' discipline. So that to me is the one miss in this new policy coming from WSD, especially as you look at the old policy.
Gotcha.
My ask was gonna be, will the matrix put more authority with the teachers? Because I had heard in the past that there was, because of the way the policy was worded, there were children kept in classes that were pretty disruptive for an extended period of time, which then impacted all the other kiddos. And I know part of that was like, you couldn't take away recess anymore, so they felt like they'd lost one of their levers.
Yeah.
So are we trying to give them back more levers? Because I mean, especially when we're talking about classrooms of like 28, 29, if you've got one disruptive child in there, you're impacting almost.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so the big idea.
Yeah.
With the legislative decision is in 2019, there's substantial changes with our student discipline, and our practices changed dramatically. And this is a response to concerns that have been expressed, I believe, by several individuals and organizations about what's happening in classrooms and in schools. So this is in essence a response to those concerns. There is more, I would say, authority that the individual teachers have within the classroom and controlling the environment, a safe, supportive environment. So I would say that that's the response to some of the concerns that we've seen and we've heard. that we heard through our strategic plan, that you see, articles, in the, published frequently about, the concerns, right? And so I think you also see, we have evidence of our response to that. And so that is a things I highlighted early on, is like, that's us responding and providing what I believe is more support in the classrooms with the teachers. This policy in support of classroom teachers, our principals are aware of these changes, the proposed changes that were last year. There's numerous student discipline trainings that are happening, provided by Stevens Clay, across that's the trainings that we use, providing a training for administrators. We're the ones who administer the discipline. Teachers don't administer discipline. It's the building administrators supporting teachers, supporting students, supporting families when we have situations occurring in our buildings and our classrooms. So it is a response to that. I don't know if that answers your question. The matrix doesn't. The matrix just identifies like, and this is where it's challenging with the matrix. How do you have a response already predetermined for all situations? And so that's why it's really hard, because context matters. What occurred? What evidence do we have of what occurred? Individual students, individual families, individual situations. So administrator, teachers, by setting clear expectations, so students know what's happening, which has happened all last week. It's going to continue to happen. And then when there's a situation that arises, and following these practices, the